Okay. Shall we begin? I'm actually so excited. I'm so excited to watch this. And I'm even more excited that none of you have seen it. So it's like we all get to experience it together.
Like, what's the problem with xenophobic nationalism? Don't you think that's better for Americans in general? Like,
starting strong.
Yes.
Nationalism is better.
We should have a coherent culture. Everyone should be a part of the same culture.
Which, do you get to choose what the culture is?
We already have a dominant culture.
I mean, look, I got to be honest with you. Like, you and I have a fundamental disagreement. We will never see eye to eye on this. Hi, I'm Sam Seder, host of the Majority Report, and today I am surrounded by 20 conservatives.
Hitler particle overload. Stop.
My first claim is Trump's attack on DEI hides his real goal, which is to give corporations more power.
All right.
Oops.
Sorry, Sam.
No worries.
All right. I think I have a slight issue with the back end of the premise. I guess Trump's attacks on DEI being a real goal to, give corporations more power. I'd rather center the conversation around the democratic, especially.
What is this fucking Zoomer ass fucking Winston Churchill fucking vibe, dude? What the? Or not Winston Churchill, sorry. Oh my God, I'm like blanking. Teddy Roosevelt, thank you. I don't know why I went to Winston Churchill. Yes, what is this? Bruh. Look, am I lying?
Center the
Am I lying? Look. Wait, I've been meaning to do this. I've been meaning to add another overlay. Hold up. No. Wait. There we go. There we go. Bro.
Conversation around the democratic, especially as conservatives, the issues that people have with DEI and why I believe Trump would, want to support the issues that, people are voting for him for.
I mean, I'm talking about his whole attack on DEI. It's actually DEIA,
Sure.
right? You know that.
Right.
In government agencies. The A being for accessibility.
Right. Yeah, and I think the attack on DEI isn't an attack on people's protections. It's on the other end of the spectrum, right? Wanting to end DEI doesn't want to end protections for someone being disabled, someone being, inaccessible to get into a job. It rather wants to de-incentivize corporations to push them to hire these people on unfair bases.
And what are these incentives that are being removed?
Right.
Okay, but DEIA is not about quotas or anything like that. It is about protections for people within these organizations, or to make sure that you have different communities that have the opportunity to apply to these things.
Right.
So it can mean within government agencies, it means things like, let's pay interns, so that not only wealthy people can have their kids do internships in these agencies,
Right.
or let's put out notices around different parts of town,
Sure.
metaphorically speaking, so that people know this job exists.
This is where it begins, but this isn't the ultimate goal.
This is where it begins, but it's not the ultimate goal. Guy who doesn't know what DEI is explaining what the ultimate goal of DEI is.
That conservatives have an issue with. Conservatives don't have an issue with trying to spread job applications to poorer communities.
Well,
so
then why rescind DEIA requirements in government agencies?
Because the problem with DEIA is there may not be like perceived actual number quotas, but that's what it's
what MAGA guys look like now. He looks like Joaquin Phoenix from the movie Her. Stop! like the guy from her. Stop. Stop, dude. Bill Morgan, thank you for the 10 gift subs. What the hell? Thank you. Thank you. Catsack. Oh, Bobby. Thank you guys so much for the subs.
Every time I watch the Ube, I lose 5 years of my
The
life.
Ube. No, not the Ube. Oh, stop.
Evolves into, and especially with corporations,
Do you have
it
the
devolves.
evidence of that?
I mean, sure, we can look at corporations that are government agencies that are hiring people on not true, proper bases. We can even look at. We can even look at.
Do you
the
have
DNC's,
any evidence that that's happening?
Yeah, even the DNC's nomination of Kamala.
Do you not realize that Kamala was the only person that made sense to put in that late into the game, you fucking moron? One, campaign financing wise, it's going to be a lot easier for the DNC to move all of the funding that was from Biden over to Kamala because, again, she was the VP. She was also probably the most well-known person in the at that time, considering that she had spent 4 years as a VP. Okay, that was not at any point a DEI hire. Like, I don't literally, this is so bizarre to me. She was also like literally elected, like pseudo elected. Obviously, you vote for the president and vice president, right? The vice president is picked by the soon to be president, but you still have to vote for both technically, right? I think he means as the VP pick.
As president this year, there was no.
Dude, Chatter, bless you, Steve. I love you, Steve. We need more of you. Okay, we need more of your type of chattings. No, don't apologize. No, do not apologize. Okay, you're funny. You're being reasonable. Okay, more chatters should be like you. All right. Like surely no one could be this stupid. Is that stupid? Says Kamala Harris is a DEI pick when she ran for president after Biden was like fucking looking like a crypt keeper. If you want to look at a DEI hire, if you want to look at like a quota, please look at the fact that every single potential, literally every single potential VP for Kamala Harris was a white dude. Every single one.
Reason to nominate Kamala as she wasn't democratically selected. She didn't go through a single primary. None of these things.
I mean, she was at the very least democratically selected for VP, unless like ballots are very different in different states. You bubble in the ballot. You don't bubble in the ballot just for Joe Biden. It also says like that you are voting for that vice president as well. Again, unless the ballots are very different in California, as opposed to like, I don't know, Arkansas or something. On the ticket, you vote for both there.
Things.
So you're saying that Kamala...
I get that he's, to be fair, he is talking about the fact that she wasn't democratically selected to run for president because they didn't have a primary. But your issue then should be with the fact that Biden... that the DNC refused to have a primary for the 2024 election. Your issue shouldn't be with the fact that she was elected without being chosen. Your issue should be with the fact that there was no primary, that Democrats were really pissed that there was no primary, that they ran Biden despite him being not very, like, favorable. And that's it. Oh my, the Sarah Palin is VP erasure.
Joe Biden was the DEI hire for Obama.
was the vice president of the United States after the president drops out 2 months before the convention. You think that's a DEI
She wasn't
hire?
Every presidential nominee is democratically selected to be the nominee for that
Do
party,
you realize
except
there were
for
not
Kamala
even
Harris.
primary?
Chat, let me just say really quickly before I get clipped. I've talked about this before. I have a bunch of cups that I got ages ago at Starbucks, because when you buy stuff at Starbucks, you can redeem them for points. And I'm not a dumb conservative, so I'm not going to break all of my perfectly good mugs. That's fucking stupid. I'm not going to put a bunch of mugs in a fucking landfill. All right. I'm not going to take all of these cups that I own and go and fucking break them like a moron. Put my fucking Gillette razor in the toilet like an idiot. Okay. It still works. I'm going to keep using it. Okay. Sorry. I'm going to try my best to cover this fucking. Okay. I guess this side only says made with recycled ceramic. I'm not trying to advertise for them. Okay. Anyways. Put tape over them. I'm going to have to start doing the thing that like news companies do where they put like a sticker over the Apple logo. But okay, moving on.
Prior to 1972
Well,
in
sure,
the Democratic
but
Party?
this isn't before 1972.
Well, I understand, but what did you think you were going to run primaries in those 2 months?
Well, sure,
I mean, Joe Biden should have dropped out even 3 years ago, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, sure, but even before.
Denims, you're drinking coffee with a straw. Listen, okay, sorry. Last thing before we go back. I brushed my teeth like 10 minutes ago. All right. Why aren't you flushing all your heart medications down the toilet? Stop. Yeah, listen, okay? It's actually not coffee, okay? It's actually this weird fucking insane combination. I used to make coffee tea growing up, all right? And I'm returning to my roots. I feel like a crystal mommy a little bit. I'm making this crazy concoction of it's a little bit of instant coffee because I'm Arab, and if you don't like instant coffee, you're Islamophobic. It's a little bit of chamomile tea, so I don't get too excited. And it's a little bit of throat coat because I'm always like, my throat's always like so sore because I don't know. I guess I'm not supposed to talk this much. I guess God was like, I literally made you socially anxious. You are not supposed to talk that much. So it's a very crazy combination. And then a little bit of collagen powder because I'm from LA.
You have gone too far.
I wanted to see what would happen. What would happen if I had chamomile and coffee at the same time? No, you're not supposed to drink or eat anything 30 minutes before or after. I'm not going to bully chatters today. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to be nice. I'm not going to bully any chatters. Okay.
When Kamala was running in primary, she wasn't the next man.
Like you're in bed doing it, and you look up, and it's fucking Theodore Roosevelt, the 26th president of the U.S.
Okay, all right. All right, back to the
She wasn't
higher.
Every presidential nominee is democratically selected to be the nominee for that party,
Do you realize
except
there were
for
not
Kamala
even
Harris.
primaries prior to 1972
Well,
in
sure,
the Democratic
but
Party?
this isn't before 1972.
Well, I understand, but what did you think you were going to run primaries in those 2 months?
Well, sure,
I mean, Joe Biden should have dropped out even 3 years ago, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, sure, but even before, when Kamala was running in primaries, she wasn't the next man up. None of this. She wasn't the next person.
Well, she was the vice president,
right? Of course, but she
wasn't the next person up. Literally the next person. She's literally VP. Literally the next successor, dude.
in
tiny
primaries.
detail. But listen, aside from, I would have might have wanted a different candidate as well. But that has nothing to do with Trump rescinding orders that basically say you need to search for a wide range of candidates, not necessarily give any different benefits, but you need to make sure different communities have access to the awareness of this job. You need in your office accessibility for people who have physical handicaps.
Sure.
If you have folks who identify as as trans, you need to make it at least hospitable and not. This is all non-discriminatory stuff. That's what this is all about.
But you're cherry picking the portions of DEI that even.
But you can't point at any portions of DEI that are these quotas that you claim to exist. Like, this shit that you're saying is happening is not happening.
conservatives don't have issues. Conservatives don't have issues
That's
with
what
making workplaces.
the whole DEI
Yes.
apparatus within our government was a function of doing exactly what I said, had nothing to do with quotas.
It
or
is
even
unfortunate
affirmative
that
action.
those things get taken out, and there might not have been specific
What
numerical
else was he trying
quotas.
to take out with
It's trying to take out people getting jobs that don't deserve those jobs. People getting pushed into positions.
Where is that happening? Any evidence or proof of this happening?
They have no qualification.
There is no evidence of what you just said happening in these government agencies.
That's not true at all. I mean, I'm not gonna. We're not allowed.
That's not true at all. But also, I don't have any proof. To say that white women have benefited the most from DEI initiatives done. I mean, it's literally true, though. It is.
Here and have notes and numbers to pull up for you. You can't.
Give me
you know,
one example.
I don't have notes and numbers to pull up for you, but also it's definitely happening.
Ask me to pull up numbers when I'm not. You know.
You can't ask me. Conservative logic is amazing. Stop asking me for proof of this thing I'm claiming is happening. You can't do that. That's illegal. What the fuck? You can't do that.
No, I'm not able to sit here and look on a computer for you, but these are the
How would you
problems that
even-
conservatives.
Sorry, you've been voted out. Please return to your
Thanks,
seat.
Sam.
See ya.
Okay, so I think
Also, like, just as a general rule, if you believe something and you can't pull up any evidence, even just one piece of evidence of something happening, like, I think that, for example, trans women in sports, the conversation there should shift around or should be like rerouted to what exactly is the difference between trans women and cis women. What biological difference remains after HRT, and how does it actually impact performance? I think that should be the conversation that happens there, right? Because in reality, in sports, in all kinds of sports, there will always be outliers that outperform other people. Like, again, even regardless of just like even within gendered sports, cis people will outperform other cis people without question, right? Because they just are genetically more apt for a sport or another sport. Like, literally, if you are taller, you are just better at basketball. Or you have a bigger advantage at playing basketball. It is just objectively true. That's literally, again, just objectively true. Testosterone is not, you take hormone blockers and you take hormones that, you can measure how much testosterone in someone's body. So first of all, that one's not accurate. And bone mass, which is not the right term, it's bone density, which this is another common talking point. One, bone density hasn't been actually proven to be good at to improve your skills at every single sport. So that's one, for starters. But two, we actually have studies that show that Black women have a higher bone density than white men. Boner density. Stop. Chat, please. Stop. So anyways, I think that conversation should be shifted in that direction, because there are, I'm sure, lots of anecdotes of trans women being able to outperform export or Y sport or whatever. Which is why that conversation, you can't just list an example, because it doesn't actually prove that that person had an advantage because of some innate biological whatever. Legacy sports. I'm glad that everyone else is also calling them legacy sports, by the way. Thank you guys. Thanks. What do you mean, yep? Chatter. You brought up two things. Are you? No, it's a LOL user. You brought up two things that I just explained. I just explained how the two things you brought up are wrong. What do you mean, yep? I mean, when I'm proven wrong, yep. All right.
The roots issue with DEI isn't what the previous gentleman was trying to point. Conservatives aren't necessarily have issues with those things like accessibility to people who might need help. The issue is, and I kind of
Sorry, just really quickly. I know I always do this whenever we get into this conversation about sports, but if we have the science to compare people's hormone levels and bone density, why are we still segregating by sex anyway? Surely there's a better way to separate sports into classes so we can have even better, more entertaining competitions. Like, how is it fair for a high schooler to go against someone with Michael Phelps' genetic advantages just because they're both boys? I mean, this is a very good conversation to have, by the way. There are a lot of sports that are segregated in ways that don't make any sense. So, for example, archery. Archery, it literally doesn't make sense why archery is archery is not a sport about like you don't have an advantage for being taller as far as I can tell, or being stronger as far as I can tell. To be clear, to be an archer, you have to have you have to be pretty yoked because that shit is difficult. But it's a hand-eye coordination thing, and women have outperformed men in that sport, but it's still segregated for some reason. There's a conversation about the fact that, like, yeah, what other people are saying, that a woman did win when it was not segregated, and then they segregated it after that. But even sports like shooting. Why is shooting segregated by gender? Again, very bizarre. That one's like an extension of the archery, even more so, right? But there are, for example, a lot of sports that are segregated that it literally doesn't make sense.
DNML.
And then there's other sports that are like, quote, more segregated for fairness, like any fighting type of sport, right? Also generally has like weight divisions. Again, for fairness. So like the entire idea of segregating sports just by like male, female, or like woman, man has always been questionable. The way that we separate it, it's just a very overly simplistic separation. I mean, chess is segregated because the chess community is unbelievably sexist. And when women do perform well, they get called like cheaters. And it's like, she was using her lipstick to cheat. Cheater, 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 cheater. And like women don't want to play against a bunch of men who are just going to accuse them of cheating over and over and over again. The segregation exists to benefit women because it's not very fun to play a sport where you're getting berated the entire time that you're there, being talked down to the entire time that you're there. And when you perform well, you get accused of cheating immediately. Not very fun. Okay. Anyways, back to... Oh, to be clear, there are like chess competitions where obviously men face up against women. I'm just saying that there is I don't know if it's called like a women's league, but the divisions are different. The major important competitions are different. Okay. Anyways, back to the video.
See ya.
Okay, so I think the roots issue with DEI isn't what the previous gentleman was trying to point. Conservatives aren't necessarily have issues with those things like accessibility to people who might need help. The issue is, and I kind of referred to this before, when you have agencies and systems, what tends to happen when you have government overreach.
By the way, Denims, this guy is the Key and Peele Black Republican skit. Oh God, no.
Government is that agencies and systems get abused. And I think unequivocally, DEI was heavily abused in practice. It was great in theory. It's idealistic, which is sure is fine, that a lot of people can get behind, but it was abused in a lot of ways. When you have actors, like we're in California right now, when you have actors, white male actors who are being told, we do not want white men, we're not gonna cast any white men, we only want this.
It's the double wrong again. It's the double wrong again. Number one, first of all, you're literally wrong. White men are cast all the time. Holy moly. Oh my God. How many movies in the past? Like, okay, I don't have the exact numbers on hand. I'm sorry. I didn't come prepared for such a stupid talking point. But genuinely, how many movies in the past decade have had white male leads as opposed to the number of movies that have come out? Again, like big budget movies that have come out. I was about to say AAA studio movies that have come out in the past decade that haven't had white male leads. A lot of white men have a difficult time getting roles, just like every other type of actor has a difficult time getting roles. It is not easy to break into Hollywood. Like, that's just literally how it is because it is such a competitive market. There's a lot of competition for a couple roles, and it's the best. It's whatever the director thinks is the best person for that role. It's a super saturated market. Second, okay. Let's go back a second to see what he said.
We're in California right now. When you have actors, white male actors who are being told, we do not want white men. We're not going to cast any white men. We only want this particular kind of.
I forgot the other point I was going to make because I just got so fucking distraught by how dumb this fucking talking point is. It'll come back to me.
Gender, race, right? That is an abuse of a system. It's no longer fair, but more about.
Second, I remember conservatives for literally a decade straight, when talking about women's sports being unfair, you know what they fucking said over and over and over again? They said, well, sports is entertainment and entertainment is entertainment, baby. You're not going to have fair treatment in entertainment. The people want what the people want and you give them what they want. You don't like it? Too bad. That's how the entertainment industry works. Which, like, the entertainment industry has never been fair. But I like how the second that they feel like white men are oppressed in Hollywood, suddenly they want DEI. It's very funny how in a conversation about being anti-DEI, this guy is trying to be pro-DEI for white guys, dude. Oh my God, dude. Fuck.
Just perpetuating one aspect of, visual compelling aspects. Because at the end of the day, what's going to happen is companies are going to say, well, we want to look the most diverse. Okay, and what that is, it's moral grandstanding. It's that because we have more black.
This is a crazy fit for like showing up to to a Jubilee surrounded video. It's kind of giving conservative Ice Spice, actually.
The most diverse. Okay, and what that is, it's moral grandstanding. It's that because we have more black women, we sell better soda. Like that.
I got you.
That is not.
Well, this is.
We sell better soda? Huh?
That's getting a little far afield from
Ice Spice, Ice Bland stuff.
What Trump's DEI orders are. But I can tell you, as somebody who was a sitcom actor in the 90s, I would walk into a room and everybody I would see would look like me. And I was doing a second position, which doesn't even exist anymore, where you do 2 pilots a year. And I was looking around basically every part of television when I was a kid. I was centered in some fashion. It was either this is about my mother or this is about my father or someone like me was centered. So, we can argue as to whether or not Hollywood is overcorrected in some fashion. But on a governmental level, the DEIA directives that agencies were following for the past 4 years, there's nothing, I don't know what you mean by abuse on it, but there is no evidence that it was an affirmative action program in those instances. It was about anti-discrimination. You cannot discriminate against these people, and you want to open up opportunities for a broad swath of people. Again, the internship is like one of the most material things that exist there, where the idea that you need to pay interns. And that's important because you want low-income people to have the same sort of like opportunities to see these things as wealthy people. You know, my kids can maybe afford to do an internship for the summer instead of going to get a job.
I think what's happening is we're talking about two different things.
Well, but I'm talking about Trump's DEIA rescission is a way of basically driving people out of these agencies, making it
you're saying Trump specifically, and I understand why you're saying Trump, but I think the American people as a whole have kind of, and I won't say whole because obviously it's not 100%.
My favorite conservative reply, ignoring what was said and then moving on to a different talking point.
But a majority of the American people have kind of rejected DEI because, again,
I don't think a majority of Americans know what DEI is.
Yeah, well, Americans don't like DEI. Did you think about that, you fucking idiot?
IA is
that may be the case, but again, my point is we're talking about abuse of a system. What you're talking about is not necessarily what was happening. What people were seeing were, hey, because you're white, you can't do this. And liberals like to do this thing where they create systems and then they created the whole idea of woke and then they backed away and then conservatives say woke.
Wow. Liberals created woke. Dude, there's got to be listen, I don't claim to speak on behalf of the Black community, but it must be a huge fuck you. It must be mad disrespectful hearing a Black dude say the liberals created woke. That's something else, man. That's something else, man. Oh, fuck, dude.
And then they're like, well, we don't know what woke is. They created DEI. Biden literally said Kamala Harris is being chosen because she is a Black woman. And then all of a sudden, Democrats for the rest after that said that's not why she was chosen, even though Biden literally said that. And then we have this cognitive dissonance as if,
what is this bitch?
Even though Biden literally said that. And then we have this.
It's giving the guy in high school that thought he was an anime character.
We have this cognitive dissonance as if we're not living in reality.
Biden wanted to make sure that there was some that
JoJo, but make it American.
It's an opportunity for a Black woman to be his vice president.
Yes, but so why did Democrats move away from that and say no? It wasn't because she was a Black woman.
I don't know.
My point is that
it's not because she's a Black woman.
But that's what they said. I can agree that it's not because she's a Black woman, but that's what they said.
Fact check this right now.
No, because there are plenty of Black women, right? He could have picked anybody, but he picked specifically her. You're positing the idea that there wasn't a Black woman who would have been qualified for that position.
No,
and I don't believe that.
No, that's not what conservatives aren't saying, that there aren't, because again, even in the Republican Party right now and in Trump's cabinet, there are people of color that Democrats pretend don't exist, like J.D. Vance's wife, and
J.D. Vance is.
She's not in a position of power. What? What are you, fucking stupid? Well, you just blow in from Stupid Town?
His wife is not in the cabinet.
No, but if J.D. Vance was a
well, what if J.D. Vance was brown? Then what? What is he gonna say? Let me hear it. Come on. Was
a Democrat, his wife would be lauded all over everything.
Huh? We're so far from the prompt. As a reminder, for anyone who forgot what the prompt was, Trump's attack on DEI hides his real goal, which is to give corporations more power. Is there a POC in Trump's cabinet? And I mean, there's got to be at least like one woman that isn't blonde, right? That's close enough.
Because of her color
I'm
of her
not,
skin.
listen, I'm
Oh,
not
Kash Patel.
here to defend the Democrats' choice on every policy. But there is one party in this country that is identitarian. There is one party that is represented and it is homogenous, and it is the Republican Party. 85% of Republicans are white. That's just the reality of it.
So does that
Some
mean
people
that,
don't necessarily have a problem with that.
But here's the thing. You said even if let's just say, okay, that's true. 80% of Republicans are white. Does that mean that they're less moral? That they can't run an effective government?
The idea
what does race have to do? What does race have to do? Hold on. What does
Donald Trump didn't have to say, my vice president's going to be a white male.
No.
Because they all knew it was going to be.
No, this is the premise of DEI. What does race have to do with running an effective?
Guys, you know the craziest thing about all of this? It's the women benefit. Women benefit from affirmative action and DEI policies more than anything else. So I'm like trying to look into like this claim. Republican TV ad targeted at Latino voters in large cities falsely claimed that Joe Biden promised his party an African-American vice president, not a Latino. Biden, the presumptive Democratic nominee, committed to picking a woman to be his running mate. He didn't specify a woman of any particular race or ethnicity. In fact, when MSNBC's Joy Reid asked Biden on July 20th if he would commit to picking a black woman, he didn't. Quote, I'm not committed to naming any, but the people I've named, and among them, there are 4 black women. Like, I hate to say it, but like women have benefited the most from these policies, especially white women. White women have benefited the most by like a lot.
Effective government. What does race have to do? If let's say DEI on the micro level.
I will tell you right now.
DEI on the micro level at McDonald's.
I'll tell you.
Am I going to get better?
I love hearing Sam have to hear the same question multiple times, and the guy doesn't want to shut the fuck up. This happens so often, and he's like, if you'd let me respond.
Nuggets.
I'll ask you a question.
If the cashier is black or white, what does that have to do with anything?
I'll tell you what it. First of all, DEIA means that if you come into this agency or corporation, you're not going to be discriminated against because you don't look like everybody else, or you don't have the same like physical abilities as everybody else, or you may require handles on the bathroom or whatever it is. That's what DEIA does. But does it make a government better if there's a broad representation of the people it's supposed to govern? Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. Regardless of DEI, don't we already have things in our Constitution that protect people's rights, protects people?
It's really giving. Women aren't oppressed. They can legally vote. Just because you are considered your own person and like a citizen of your own accord doesn't mean you have the same protections or necessarily even the same rights as whichever majority group is in power. In America, that would be white men. How is it that I never even finished high school and I know way more than this fucking guy? The reason this is chatter. The reason I never insult people based on like education level is because of you. Because like public school doesn't teach you shit, dude. Okay. Genuinely, I stand by the fact that American public education, unless you lived in an affluent neighborhood and you went to a really nice school growing up that was really well funded, school doesn't teach you shit. Like I'm telling you, as someone who was a straight A student, my GPA at the end of fucking high school was like 96% or something. It was very funny looking at my report card, and every single fitness class is like a 65. but because your gym score wasn't weighted, I didn't give a fuck. All I cared about was passing. Yes, I've always been a gamer. Leave me the fuck alone. I will tell you for a fact, school does not teach you shit. It teaches you how to memorize things. It teaches you how to cheat in classes. It teaches you how to cut corners. It doesn't teach you anything. If you are lucky, you will get a good teacher who will make you learn to love learning. And I got really lucky that I had a lot of amazing math teachers in a row that made me fall in love with math. And I had a lot of bad English teachers in a row that made me hate English. But that was only if you were lucky. Because there are really amazing teachers obviously, they're more likely to show up in more affluent neighborhoods because the better teachers are going to get paid more and they're going to work harder to try and get paid more. And the teachers that work for like pennies, you're just so exhausted and tired after spending all day teaching fucking middle schoolers. God damn, dude. It's just, yeah. It's just brutal. I mean, I don't place any blame on teachers. It's hard. I place a little bit of blame on like teachers that were just kind of assholes for no reason. Just in general, they were kind of assholes for no reason. But I don't put blame on teachers that are tired and exhausted and they just don't have the energy like every single day, you know? I'm a high school teacher. Effectively, we're just primarily a daycare so parents can go to work. Yeah. And like, I was shoved into all of the honors classes and AP classes in high school. And I remember taking my first non-honors AP class. And I was like, wow. I feel so bad for these teachers because not a single student gives a fuck about that class. And it's not that those kids are stupid. Are there some stupid kids in that class? Yeah, of course. But it's not even that those kids are stupid. It's that they don't understand what the value is in learning what they're trying to be taught. They just don't get it. They've never experienced joy in learning and they don't understand the value in knowing this shit. They just literally don't. So why would they bother? And that's not even talking about the kids that like, I'm sorry, we don't give school lunch to. So they're hungry in their classes. Like they literally can't focus because they're hungry. Or kids that have had to work like part-time jobs while they were going to high school. So they're tired in class. So I'm not even, that's even like another layer of dog shit that is our public school system. But sleeping in class, yeah. Publicly shaming them for no money, yeah. But I can tell you, as someone who did really well in school is a joke. School is a joke. It's just not, it's impossible to teach a class with like 30, God forbid, 40 students, and every kid is at a different point in that class. Like different kids will absorb different materials just faster or slower. What do you do as a teacher to try and accommodate the needs of every single student out of this 40 person class? It's hard. It's very hard.
No.
We don't?
No.
Do we or do we not?
No, we do not. Tell me what protects people from discrimination in housing and in work and hiring or getting loans? It's all statutes. It's all statutes. And in these government agencies, there was nothing except for that order. That's why Trump just rescinded it.
I'm gonna tap out because I think someone else has a better.
This is sad, man. Oh my God. What a nightmare, Sam Seder, dude. This is sad. Dude, you're only halfway to getting kicked out, by the way. Is it that 9 out of 20 people, sorry, 10 out of 20 or 20 out of 20 people have to kick you out? I don't remember. It's half, right? Oh, it's 11. It's 11. Okay. You still have, dude, 2 more people that can vote you out and you're just going to tap out like a little bitch. fuck, dude? Take me out, coach. I'm scared. Nah, man. No.
Can defend that point specifically better than me.
All right, please return to your seat.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Okay, when it comes to DEI, essentially, if a person was not racist, he would hire someone regardless, right? So why would we need a policy to protect a person if we've moved past racism?
I want to take this cup and smash it against my head. That is what I want to do. That is what I want to do more than anything else. And I'm only not doing it because then I'd be covered in coffee. Guys, did you hear? We fixed racism. There's no more racism. The funniest part about this is like 2 people later, well, maybe a couple more than 2 people, 4 people later, this fucking white lady gets on and is like, we should be more xenophobic. We fixed racism, guys. We did it. We did it. There's literally cases today where we have to charge people with discrimination in the workplace. Like, it's not like these court cases have like stopped happening.
So would you consider yourself
I just want to
racist?
clarify
are you
that what you're drinking should not be called coffee, and we can thank Obama for the end of racism.
Yeah, that's true. We beat racism. We beat racism with Obama, and we beat Medicare with Biden. Oh. Refresh. Guys, spam refresh in chat. Sorry, we had a little mini F. Spam refresh. Say stream is back. Refresh, refresh. Refresh for dank memes. Refresh. Okay, now to confuse the people who haven't refreshed, can we post that cat that's dancing and he goes like this? What is it? What's the name of the emote? Why can we post why time just to confuse people who haven't refreshed yet?
Why is there a dude dressed like the Netherlands flag in the background?
Stop. Shatter, stop. All right, good. Now that everyone's thoroughly confused.
Suggesting we've moved past racism?
Would you consider yourself racist?
I consider
Well, are you racist? No. We beat it. We did it. We beat racism.
myself, and sometimes I think we all practice like some form of, white supremacy. I think actually like we all do to some degree.
Well, I'm glad that you're saying that. So I guess going to the LGBT topic, it seems like it's very prevalent for you as an issue.
Well, it seems like a big issue. I mean, the Republican Party spent literally hundreds of millions of dollars demonizing trans people.
Well, the reason why they've done something like that, and I think you're misconstruing the narrative, they haven't demonized them. They simply want protections back for their own children because children are being stripped away from their parents.
So just really quickly, we're done on the racism thing. What does DEI have to do with children? I guess like if he's trying, I don't know, does he want like, he wants to make sure that the white kids get to work in the mines? That just think they're protecting the children, DEI. I'm just trying to do the math here. What's happening? What's going on? Because if you're talking about protecting children, when talking about DEI, something about hiring adults, surely the next follow-up should be hiring children, right?
Children. Children are being stripped away from their parents?
Yes, due to AB 954, they've now included
AB 954. California legislative information. This bill would require a court to inquire whether a parent or guardian can afford court-ordered services when making reasonable orders for a dependent child. The bill would prohibit a court from declaring
white
at
kids
specified
yearn for the mines just as much as poor kids. Jack.
Declaring at specified review hearings that a parent or guardian is non-compliant with the court order case plan when the court finds that the parent or guardian is unable to pay for a service or payment for a service would create an undue financial hardship for them. The social worker did not provide a comparable free service that was accessible to them as specified. Huh? What is this? From what I can see, all of this is saying is like they're building on a bill for the protection of children. The existing, or sorry, it's talking about how existing law establishes jurisdiction of juvenile court, including when the child suffered or there's substantial risk that the child will suffer serious harm, or a parent fails to provide the child with adequate food, clothing, shelter, medical treatment. Existing law authorizes a court to make reasonable orders for care. Let him cook his salad. So this is just saying like all of the current laws exist that protect children, that just enumerating all the various laws that protect children in various ways, making sure that parents take care of their children in X, Y, and Z way. And this says it just requires that the courts can inquire whether or not parents can even afford the services, and then tries to find them ways. Sorry, and like bill would prohibit the court from declaring at specified review hearings that a parent or guardian is non-compliant with a court order case when basically they can't pay for it. So TLDR, when parents can't pay for certain things, they shouldn't be punished further. And social workers should be able to provide comparable free services, and only if the parents refuse the comparable free services should they be punished. So like, this is just literally just saying you can't neglect. I guess there must have been an addendum or something for like medical treatment with regard to like trans kids or something. It doesn't say anything here about that. This is from 2023. So I don't know. We'll keep reading. They're framing this as if a parent is transphobic to their kid, then the state will take away their kid. It's like you're a fucking moron if you think that.
Included gender identity as a premise to remove and strip parental rights for children who maybe they are rejecting their gender ideology.
So, but you'd be okay with parents who agree with their children's doctors to provide gender-affirming care?
I do not agree with that. Do you?
I believe that parents and doctors can make those decisions with the kids.
If a child can't smoke, drink, or have sex before the age of 18, they should not be able to consent to a sex change. Now,
it's just the double wrong thing again, by the way. It's just the double wrong thing again. First of all, AB 94 is about courts being able to provide free services, or like social workers being able to provide free services and not further penalizing poor people.
Where do they give out the free children again? AB 956.
So for starters, what he's referencing is just about not putting undue financial stress on poor people. The thing that he's referencing, that's what it says. It's making sure we're not punishing poor people even more. Second, it is crazy that people can buy, if you want to list off things that can happen at 18 or can't happen at 18, it's crazy you can buy a gun in most states at 18. It's crazy that you can sign up for the military and go kill kids across the globe at 18. It's crazy that you can consent to that at 18. It's crazy that you can drive a car at 16 in the United States, which we all know teen drivers are like way worse on the road just across the board. But like 18, it's way too young to make decisions about how you feel about your gender identity. Like, I can also list off random things that kids can do, or that adults can do, or that 18-year-olds can do. But okay, you people can drive at 16, like, huh? Sorry, let me say two things. One, it's an insane thing that we allow 16-year-olds to drive. Two, it's insane that we have to allow them to drive, because how else will kids get anywhere? And yeah, depending on the state, it's like 15 years old. I don't know about 14, but I know that there are some that it's even 15, which is crazy. Which is crazy.
Now, in terms of a DEI initiative, the reason why there's military bans on trans women and trans men is because they do not have the ability to cooperate at a mental capacity when they're
Dude, if this guy like got on a stage and you had to pay to enter, and then you had to pay for tomatoes, and then you had to pay to like throw tomatoes at him, he would make like a killing. Because I would pay for that. I would pay at every part of that. Fucking sign me the fuck up, yeah. Let's make this a business transaction, man. Let's make you millions, bro. All consensual, all fair, totally legal. I think it's a good business model for you, man. I think a lot of people would go broke, honestly, engaging in that business model. I was in the Army for 10 years. I was a medic, never had a problem with mental capacity of someone transitioning, but had a bunch of straight white boys lose their minds.
constantly undergoing hormone treatment, as well as depression pills, as well as different mood stabilizer pills. And so when you go out to combat, do you really think you're going to bring an ice
mood stabilizer pills? Huh? Does he think every trans person takes mood stabilizer pills?
These days look like they are in polycules.
They do, actually, right? The only reason, and I will say it again, the only reason that there are any trans people, or that there might be an overrepresentation in like SSRIs or mood stabilizer medication for trans people, is because our society is unbelievably transphobic for no fucking reason. You don't have to be prescribed mood stabilizers to be trans.
cooler pack with your whether that be hormone, estrogen, or whatever it may be, while you're about to shoot someone of the opposing war?
Well, the executive orders that Trump gave were DEIA orders that had to do.
It's too hard to be trans and shoot people of the opposing war.
With agencies that have nothing to do with the military.
Yes, they do. Yes, they absolutely do.
The FDA, they just revoked the ability of the Air Force to teach Air Force members about the Tuskegee Airmen.
Well,
like,
we're not...
what are we talking about here?
Okay, well,
honestly, like, they're rewriting history.
Well, that's your perspective, right? But at the end of the day,
that's your lists off actual things that are happening. Well, that's just your perspective, okay? That's literally
Tuskegee Airmen, we can all agree existed, right?
Just listen to this. If you were racist,
he doesn't know what it is, which is why he isn't bringing it up. Oh, we're back to you're racist. Okay, let's go. Let's keep going.
You were an employer, and if you wanted to absolutely be racist and exercise that, you would. I think DEI sort of prevents people from seeing the reality. If a person truly wanted to
DEI prevents people from seeing the reality of racism? Dude, I really thought with this guy's fit that he was going to cook, and I was totally fucking wrong.
To hire you based on your intellect, based on your skill set, they would. DEI essentially provides tax cuts for the end of the year when you create your tax returns. They give you a tax credit for hiring someone who is Black or a person of color. I don't know if you knew that.
In these agencies?
In agencies and private
In government
businesses.
agencies, they don't get tax cuts for hiring people
And
of
the
color.
other thing I
This
wanted
is
to,
to
and I,
Just making shit up. Next one, let's go. This chat, I have to find like a term for this if there isn't already one. But this is like the we'll call it the Fox effect for right now, all right? If something sounds too crazy to be true and you've never seen Fox talk about it, it's not true. Because there is no way that tax cuts for hiring Black people exists and Fox hasn't talked about it. There's simply no way that that would ever, ever, ever happen. Fox verification? Yes, yes. We'll come up with a term to coin it. Anything that sounds that absurd, but you've never seen Fox talk about it ever, and it's not currently in like the conservative talking points, yeah. Also, yeah, what is he talking about? Government agencies get a tax credit. What the fuck does that even mean? Government agencies are funded by taxes. What the fuck does he mean they get a tax credit?
protect people from discrimination.
The other thing I want to kind of state here is that I've realized that a lot of the times with the liberals is that you guys push for example, for DEI and people of Latino or Hispanic descent. And a lot of the times what you don't realize is you're actually doing more harm than good by putting them in positions where you make them believe that it's based on the color of their skin. It's based on...
DEIA does not, is not
It's based on merit. DEI emphasizes color, skin color, physical attributes.
It says that the people who work in your agency, it's about anti-discrimination.
Discrimination against what?
Against...
Discrimination against people based on their skin color. Discrimination based on your sexual orientation. Discrimination based on your gender identity. Discrimination based on your gender.
People who may have different cultural mores, may have different...
But that's irrelevant to a job, right? It should be based on merit.
If someone is more qualified, if a black person is more qualified than a white person for a job, but there is a racist person in charge, a racist hiring manager, you can't just say, well, it's based on merit, so we don't need this DEI thing. The whole point is to make sure that the most qualified person gets the job.
And that is the emphasis
People
here.
get hired as a merit, but if the DEI, I'm talking about Trump's rescission of these orders on these agencies.
If you received a tax cut as an employer, wouldn't you hire a person of color?
Dude,
if you could pay them less?
Listen, we're talking about government agencies that do not get tax cuts. They don't, government agencies.
They don't.
No.
Yes, they do. They absolutely do.
I'm talking about
every private and public sector gets tax cuts when you hire a person of color.
Government agencies.
They don't get taxed. They're operated by taxes. What the fuck is he talking about?
Don't pay taxes. Government agencies operate are funded by the government.
That is not true. That is not true.
How does he think government agencies like make money? Like food stamps, for example, SNAP benefits? What does he think happens? They give out a bunch of money to people and then they get tax cuts? What the no. Give people money for food, question mark, profit, and then pay your taxes.
And you know what? I think the whole juxtapose of this entire conversation.
What month is this?
This is January.
Okay, so we can agree on that.
Fucking stealing that shit. That was so fucking... Dude, he made the fucking conservatives laugh with that one. Oh, my.
The FDA does not pay taxes. It does not get a tax cut because it doesn't pay taxes. DEIA forces them as an agency.
This is really Some Children Left Behind.
To say if you have a job opening, you must do your best efforts to make sure that every
I like that.
part
I love
of
me
society.
a buzzword. You must do your best effort.
You must is not a buzzword, huh? This guy reading laws. What are all these buzzwords? Child left behind. Child left behind. Ring the fucking bells, dude. Oh, no.
I love that buzzword.
Okay, pause.
Because you feel like you have to. You're pressured to.
Pause.
Yes.
You shouldn't be pressured to hire someone based on skin color.
No, not to hire someone on skin color, but put up notice about that the job exists. Make sure that you put it in different communities so that you have as wide an application pool as possible.
And therefore you get
All
tax
right.
cuts.
All right.
No one's this dumb. This is gotta be this is gonna be a troll. There's no one is this stupid. No one's this stupid. There's no way. There's no way. I can't, dude. I can't. I want to say no one's this stupid, but I feel like I've had conversations like this at family gatherings. Where it's like,
Sam Seder, my Riz Lord Silver Fox King.
Man.
Okay, return to
At
your
the
seat.
end of the year when
No blue check mark, just doing it for the love of the game.
you file taxes, you get a tax cut for hiring someone who speaks
Please
a different
return to your
language or
seat.
The
different.
FDA doesn't file taxes. The FDA doesn't file taxes.
Skin color.
I don't know how.
SNAP doesn't file taxes. There are a million government programs that their primary job is to give money. FEMA doesn't file taxes. None of these companies are filing taxes, dude. Or they're not even companies, sorry. None of these government agencies are filing taxes. They run based off of taxpayer dollars. It literally doesn't make sense. Again, like just try and do the math in your brain. How exactly would you tax food stamps like SNAP benefits? You're not making money. You're not making any money to be taxed. There's nothing being, there's no revenue coming in to get taxed.
How to respond to that. How you doing?
So I want a little bit more clarification because I don't even know if we got it yet on which part benefits corporations, like from your perspective.
Okay, finally, someone talking about the prompt. Oh my God, finally. Oh, thank fucking God. Okay, how many minutes for this to go off the rails?
So agencies, the U.S. government agencies, the vast majority of them, what they function to do is inhibit corporations from essentially externalizing their costs onto society.
Sure.
So the example would be, I used it before, but it's a good one. I'm making Teflon, C8, for instance, okay? And C8 is supposed to be burned because instead of like deposited because it's a forever chemical. And I can go out and instead of burning it, it's too expensive to burn it, I'm going to dump it into a river. And the EPA comes in and says—
You guys are taking notes. This is going to be on your test, okay? So make sure you're taking notes.
Like, you can't do that. We're going to fine you.
Is there anything for the 49 months, by the way? Thanks.
You're not allowed to do this. But what the company is doing when they do that is they're going to take the profits that come with lowering their costs by dumping it into the river. And those costs are then borne by everybody who lives around that river. They're going to get cancer. They're going to get gastrointestinal problems, whatever it is.
If you hit the debate stage and you hear Hugo from Bob's Burgers on the other mic, you know your ass is cooked. Oh yeah, my ass is grass, dude. You won't catch me debating Sam Seder. That is a fucking nightmare, dude. You fold, okay? You fold. You're like, actually, I'm wrong. You're right. My bad.
And society bears the cost of that.
Can you connect the dots for me, though? Because it sounds like we're talking about something completely different.
And so the DEIA stuff is just the beginning of demoralizing these agencies and trying to wreck them from the inside. It's all part of like Russell Votes thing, the OMB, the whole Schedule F.
TLDR of what Sam Seder's saying is it's manufacturing consent for tearing apart all government regulations. Do EBT scan at the actual price at the store, or does it scan with the tax price? In most states, I can't speak for all states or if it's a federal regulation, but in most states, food is not taxed. Like groceries at the grocery store are not taxed. Depending on what state you're in, clothing isn't taxed as well. It's considered taxes exempt, so it doesn't really impact something like food stamps.
It must have been hard for him to not destroy these kids intellectually.
It's a state thing.
There for that.
I don't know the list of states or whether or not it's a federal regulation, but my understanding is that in most states, food is exempt from sales taxes. So it doesn't play a factor. Anyone maybe who's from a state where food is subject to state sales taxes and is on SNAP, please feel free to inform me whether it's pre-tax or post-tax. I think it's taxed in New Jersey and New York. No, I mean, I lived in New York for 20 years. Food is not taxed. Like processed food is taxed. Processed as in like going to a McDonald's, that's taxed. Prepared foods are taxed.
Already covered the assassination attempt?
Like groceries are not,
Also,
they're tax
what's
exempt.
the title of this video?
It's
Thanks for being here on this hellish Sunday morning after losing an hour.
Oh my God, dude. I didn't even know it was daylight saving time, and I wake up and
Love you, Denims.
I have a really dope $15 hologram clock that puts the time on the fucking ceiling, and I sleep next to my phone so I can get the maximum 5G in my brain. And my fucking alarm goes off at 6:30, and I'm like, I'm so tired. What the fuck? And I look at the clock and I see 5:30. I'm like, fuck. Fuck. In Alabama, groceries are definitely subject to sales tax. Well, maybe someone who lives in Alabama knows. Gio, thank you so much for the gift sub. Thank you. Purchases made with food stamps are tax exempt in Arkansas, but we do pay taxes on groceries. Okay. So if you use food stamps, it's automatically tax exempt. Seemingly, is that what you're saying? That would make sense, I think. That would make sense. States are prohibited from taxing items paid with SNAP. Okay, that would make sense. It's crazy, by the way, that like groceries in general federally are not like sales tax exempt. Like it's crazy that you have to pay a sales tax on fucking groceries. But anywho, moving on. Sorry. Let's get back to the video.
Where they get rid of civil servants and they demoralize people and they don't want them to be able to function.
So the TLDR of what Sam Seder is saying here is just DEI is just the beginning of manufacturing consent for removing and deregulating as much as possible so that corporations can do whatever the fuck they want. If they can get you on board with removing protections against discriminatory practices, they can get you on board with anything else. It's a pressure point, a Trojan horse, yeah, because anti-discrimination laws are like a big one. And if they can get us on that, they can get everything else.
Then would you agree if this is about demoralizing? I mean,
Also, Zin's left now. Thank you. Gold Rhapsody, thank you for the 22 months. Geo Graffiti, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you guys. Elon, thank you so much for the 8 months. Thanks. Rage Stab, Rook Tolerant, thank you guys. FCE, thank you for the Prime. Thanks, guys.
over 75 million people voted for Trump, right? He won the popular vote. Do you not think that in part, you even said yourself that Americans don't really know what DEI is, according to your definition of it?
Well, the government's definition of it.
Okay, well, I would argue that the average American is demoralized by what they've seen, the way that the government goes about their DEI policies and the military and other organizations, not just the military.
Please return to your seat.
Okay.
The first guy that was actually maybe going to talk about the actual prompt, and the prompt ran out of time. There's a set amount of time for each prompt. I think it's like 30 minutes, 20 minutes. The first guy to actually maybe talk about the prompt.
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the fact checks in this video in a time of not just the exception, plus their media mist tool.
Powering the fact checks, by the way. Powering the fact checks that haven't happened yet, by the way.
My next claim is, unless you're a billionaire, a religious fundamentalist, or a xenophobic nationalist, voting for Trump was a mistake.
Ooh, that's a good one. Ooh. That's a sexy prompt. Kind of.
Okay, so let's tackle one aspect, religious fundamentalists. What benefit would religious fundamentalists
This guy
have?
again? Come on, let someone else get on the stage. What the fuck? The guy who literally tapped out? Brother. Oh, brother.
And also, can you define what is a religious fundamentalist?
And maybe you could say more of like a Christian nationalist.
Okay.
In this instance. But things like, you know, the attacks on trans folks, the attacks on a woman's right to choose, the idea that we're going to get stuff like an enhanced RIFRA.
It's not the same guy? What do you... It's literally the same guy. It's literally the same guy. Same glasses, same haircut, same clothing. His name is Mike. You think there's two guys like Mike, named Mike, that look exactly the same?
Which is going to mean that if you're a pharmacist and you don't want to provide...
Fucking got me stressed. I was like, am I racist? Am I so racist that I can't? I can't? I think that that's the same, and it's literally the same. Anyways, okay.
Birth control, you may not have to.
Don't you think you're assuming that
if you believe that public education, we should take that money and pour it into religious schools, you're gonna get a benefit out of a Trump administration.
Yeah, but don't you think you're assuming that the vast majority of Americans who are moderates?
Like, what do you think you're gonna get out of the Trump administration?
Economic relief. That was
what kind of economic relief?
Fucking, dude, can we get a fucking dunce hat on this guy? I just feel like if you say Trump will be good for the economy, you should be legally required to wear a little dunce hat.
They're going to cut Social Security. You're going to have to pay for your parents. They're going to cut when they go after the agencies like they're going after, right? This is
fell for it again. Reward.
Outlined in Project 2025. Russ Vought, who's going to be the OMB head.
Hi,
he was the
Genesis.
OMB head the first time around. He wrote all the book on this stuff.
Okay, well, you bring up Project 2025.
When you cut agencies and go after them, and you fire all the inspector generals so that they're not being able to make sure that the agencies are working, who do you think profits from that? It's corporations. They're going to go after agencies that make sure your food is not full of botulism, that your air is not full of mercury, that your water is not full of C8. This is what they're going to do. Agencies exist to curb corporations from external.
This feels like going to like a professor's office hours and asking for help with the material. Professor, I just don't understand. What exactly is a a GDP. Graffiti, thank you, by the way, for the 2,000 biddies. Thank you so much.
Externalizing their costs and privatizing their profits.
But then also arguing
So
with
it
him,
may
yeah.
be cheaper for a company to dump their chemicals into a river than it is for them to dispose of it in a safe way. And so they get the profits from that, but the costs are borne by society. They're borne by society in the form of like people get cancer. They're borne by society in terms of like we've got to do the cleanup. That's what agencies do.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
It's good.
Thank fucking God, dude. Sorry. I'm giving no fucking air to that.
Hey,
User.
it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Okay, so I would like to touch on the religious fundamentalist aspect.
Yeah.
Are you an atheist?
I'm a Reformed Jew. I don't have a strong belief in the existence of God, but I don't think that religion in and of itself is bad.
Okay, so what's wrong with the religious fundamentalists? So like when you said trans rights and women's rights or something like that?
Well, the problem I have with religious fundamentalists, and really more, I guess it's really theocrats, is that they want to impose their morality that comes from their religion on the rest of us. And I don't.
But morality, from your view, is going to be a preference, right? It's not morality; it's a preference.
So
morality without a foundation is going to reduce you to a preference.
Well, I have a foundation.
No. I misheard that.
Morality that comes from their religion on the rest of us. And I don't.
But morality, from your view, is going to be a preference, right? It's not morality; it's a preference. So morality without a foundation is going to reduce you to a preference.
Well, I have a foundation.
Okay, can I just say, like, I think the worst people, like, it's hard. It's hard to pick the worst group of people, but like probably top 5 worst group of people in my book are the ones who say, well, without religion, what's stopping everyone from becoming a rapist? Those type of people that think that morality can only exist if you have some book from a few thousand years ago to tell you what you shouldn't do. Like, it is the worst group of people. It's like one of the worst groups. And those people terrify me. They actually scare the shit out of me. You're telling me the only thing that's stopping you or other people from being terrible human beings.
The foundation is empathy and not being a piece of shit.
Is a book from a few thousand years ago? You are scary. You are scaring me. You're actually scaring me. You're actually terrifying me. I agree with you, Chatter. I agree with you. I kill the exact number of people I want to every day, which is 0. How about this? Again, since there's so many children left behind, how about we just take it back to the basics here? Let's just take it back to like the golden rule. If you wouldn't like it if it happened to you, maybe you shouldn't do it to other people. I don't know. I think that one's worked really well for me so far. That one's been doing really well for me. I have yet to find a better principle. It's been good. It's been pretty good. That's my starting point. And then if I happen to do something to someone that hurts their feelings or that impacts them negatively, but I would be okay with, I reassess and I'm like, okay, sure. If that's something that impacts you, then I'll take your word for it. I won't do that behavior anymore. But I think you can start with the golden rule, dude. I think you can start there. I think that's a good starting point.
Foundation for my morality.
Which is what?
It's a humanist vision of what basically creates as little suffering as possible for as many people.
Okay, so you're like a consequentialist? Utilitarian?
I don't really.
I mean, no, because all of those value systems are kind of.
Bother myself with being a consequentialist or a utilitarian.
It's always going to reduce you to a preference. So if you say that killing is wrong and I say it's right, you would really have no contention with that.
Well, no, I don't.
What are you, stupid?
Base my understanding of civil society on religion. And so we have a civil society. Okay. We have laws that we have decided.
This guy's a Tim Pool viewer. No. Chatter, who are you? You clocked it. Who clocked this? Glacy. I mean, you've always been based, Glacy, actually. You know, you don't need more credit. You're already one of the most based chatters in here. I can't suck you off too hard. Okay, all right. Everybody already knows you're based. This guy is a
society, in a democratic way. And for some people, it's okay for it to be informed by their religion. That's okay.
Okay, perfect. So if tomorrow society comes together and we say, hey, trans folks don't deserve rights, you would be okay with that?
It's so bizarre to list off consequentialism and to list off utilitarianism and then just pretend like I think it was Rawls' veil of ignorance just like doesn't exist. To pretend to care about text and philosophy or like worldviews, philosophical worldviews, and then just like ignore very, very good baselines like the veil of ignorance it always boggles my mind.
No, I would be against it, but I mean it would be
morally right under your
not
view.
Morally right. No. I'm not talking about morals.
Okay,
here.
so here's where I'm getting to, right? Religious foundations provide an ethical framework.
It is Rawls. It is Rawls. They hate Rawls. He was basically a socialist. I mean, yeah. For anyone who doesn't know about it, it's just like, what if the shoe was on the other foot? The TLDR, pretend like you are building a society filled with all of the people that currently exist in it today, but you don't know who you will spawn as. You are equally likely to spawn as any particular division or group as a person. And you're building this society. What would you do? Like, you could spawn in, you're going to make this world, and you don't know what you'll spawn in as. You might spawn as a white woman that just, like, thinks, you know, Taco Bell's really spicy. You might spawn in as a Trumper. You might spawn in as someone who's disabled. You don't know who you're going to spawn in as. You could spawn as any individual person. What society do you build that would make sure that your life would actually be good? That's it. That's how you build ethics. That's how you build a baseline society on how you should be treated, on how other people should be treated. You shouldn't need a religious text to help you understand this fucking concept.
For one to live their life.
You said Trumper twice, sorry.
You can have an ethical framework without religion.
And if we take the leftist view to its logical tail end, to its extreme view, you have low reproductive birth rates. You have a reproductive dead end, so two men together can't reproduce unless they have to take from a healthy straight couple. Religion provides this foundation where you do prioritize the nuclear family.
There are so many bitches with eggs that don't need them. They're acting like there's two gay men that like show up at, where do women hang out? At the Joann's, and they like just find a woman and they're like, that one looks good. Beat her up, let's take her eggs. Like, what's happening in these people's brains? The word take here is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Like a lot. The process of like surrogacy or even like egg transplants in general, it is a lengthy process. It is a very lengthy process. Women's rights are absolutely protected in this process. And you have a very long time of just like, because you have to run a lot of tests to make sure that you're healthy, that there's no pre-existing issues, et cetera. Because if you're already going out of your way to like find someone to have a child for you, why wouldn't you make sure that like there's no pre-existing issues and all this other stuff, right? What's the prompt again? Unless you're a billionaire, religious fundamentalist, or xenophobic nationalist, voting for Trump is a mistake. Okay, okay. No more pausing, no more pausing. What about a 2-doctor gay couple who beat up a woman and then take her eggs? Yes, that's definitely happened for sure. These people make these arguments that the people that make these arguments don't even need to be reproducing anyway. Well, yeah, it's always bizarre to me to be like one of the most repugnant people on the planet and then tell other people that their right to reproduce relies on them taking from others. Also, most right-wingers forget that bi and pan people exist. They hate bisexuals, dude.
So do you have a problem with gay people being married?
It's not that I have a problem. I just don't see a justification for why they ought to be gay outside of it just feels good.
Okay, then. Suck a dick right now. Do it. Do it. If sexuality's totally fake and everyone's just choosing to do what they want to do, suck a dick right now. But also, if you're at the point where you're saying, like, gay men exist only because it feels good, you probably actually are at least bi, to be honest. I feel like this is a very common, this is a very common meme of I don't know if anyone else has run into this. Conservatives that use this talking point that are actually bisexual and they don't know that they are. Where they say, well, I also think about men all the time. I don't act on that. It's like, then you're not straight. I'm still straight. No, then you're not straight. If you are aroused at the thought or romantically interested in people of the same sex or gender, you are not straight. I don't don't look me in the eyes and tell me, well, yeah, it's very pleasurable, but I have discipline. That doesn't make you look straight.
Can you give me another justification for it?
Well, I think maybe that's the way they were born.
Okay, what about pedophiles? Are they born that way?
They may be, yeah.
Okay, so should we let a pedophile off the hook since they were born that way?
No, I think we as a society has decided...
Should implement duties to prevent them from acting on...
Well, the problem with pedophiles is that they harm people who cannot consent, children. Anyone who engages in behavior that harms people should be penalized for that or rehabilitated, right? And if you are trying to engage in sexual acts with children, you are trying to engage with someone who cannot consent, you are therefore harming them. Anytime you're engaging with someone who cannot consent, you're harming them. At the very least, in a sexual capacity, that's harm. Adults can consent. There's no one being harmed because 2 dudes met on Grindr and they wanted to have sex. They just want to do some sucking and fucking. I don't see the problem there. They're adults. They have apartments. They have jobs. They pay their bills. Like, as far as we can tell, they're capable of doing all these other adult things. I think they can consent.
On that innate urge, correct?
Well, I think between consenting adults, it's a different thing than...
Okay, so you're okay with a
children.
45-year-old dad with a 19-year-old daughter as well? Incest.
No.
Oh my God, dude. I have like 5 family members like this guy. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God, dude. These people are so stupid. They're so dumb. They haven't actually thought about any of their positions in an attempt to strengthen them. So they basically talk to you to try and figure out their own positions. It's amazing. Different things can be wrong that happen to have similarities because they are still different things. Like, the argument that he's using here is, okay, so you think oranges should be sold in stores because you think that they're tasty. Uh-huh. And you like to eat oranges? Uh-huh. And you think other people like to eat oranges? Uh-huh. So you think oranges should be sold in stores? Uh-huh. Well, why don't you love grapefruits? Why don't you eat grapefruits all the time then, huh? Then why don't you think that? Why don't you think that every single citrus fruit is good? Why don't you eat lemons raw then? Why don't you eat it with the peel? It's like, where are we going with this? We started in a completely different area. What the fuck are you talking about? What's happening here? Oh my God. You think just because there's citrus, I have to like all of them equally? It's the same thing. Just because there's attraction, you think all types of attraction are moral? It's like, no, I think that type of attraction, gay people, gay adults, is okay because there's consent happening there. I don't think all forms of attraction are good or should be legal. I think attraction that has mutual consent between two adults, I think that should be legal. Oh my God. The question about incest is that there's very obviously a fucking power dynamic, you fucking idiot. This is so crazy to say. It's such an insane concept. How old is this guy? If this guy is 45, dude,
If they consent,
concerned.
you're okay with that?
No, I think society has also determined that it's like it's not beneficial.
Right. There's duties and obligations that we have. So religion provides those duties.
No, there's not duties and obligations. No, no. We don't engage in incest because, one, we're biologically programmed not to. There's a reason why it doesn't matter how conventionally attractive your siblings are, you are not attracted to them. We're literally biologically programmed. It's actually very interesting too, because like, this has also been reported for like adopted siblings as well, where adopted siblings who like you guys grew up together when you were both like 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or whatever, feel no attraction to each other. That like the act of growing up in a family with another person in your family automatically makes your brain not like that. Except that one Folgers commercial. Obviously things still slip through the crack, right? Or slip through the cracks, right? But it's a very weird phenomenon that we've seen and experienced where if you grow up with someone, most people experience, no, chat, stop with the phrasing comments, stop, ham, stop. There's this very weird phenomenon where we feel like disgust at the thought of anything sexual with siblings, even when they are adopted siblings. The porn category of like stepsis or whatever, that's always existed as, this is someone who was just like your parents just remarried or whatever, which I've always thought that category is crazy and weird, but like, hey man, listen, whatever, dude, I'm not going to judge. Okay. I'm going to not be judgmental. All right. That shit's weird, man. But also okay, we're done. I was going to say I don't watch porn, but then I felt weird saying that. But then I felt weirder not saying it because then I was worried you guys were thinking about other things. So anyways, I just think that what my brain can conjure is better. All right, we're moving on. Stop. We're done with the tangent. We're done. We're moving on. Okay.
It's about freedom and exercising what you want.
I mean, well, you want to impose your religious doctrine on me, and I don't want that.
You just admitted we need duties. We have responsibility as a society to keep us functioning, to keep us thriving. Your leftist view, the liberal view, doesn't provide anything besides it just makes me feel good. Religion does. So what's your argument?
What's my argument as to why I don't want
you have no
your
contention.
religion to? Well, because first of all, I don't think that you have the right to corner what God is telling us is right or wrong. And there are differences between religions. And so my argument is, like you're not going to keep halal or kosher, right? I mean, I don't believe that someone has a corner on religious truth.
So these pants are so tight on this guy. Sorry, I've already met my quota of like dismantling what he said as being stupid, so now I'm allowed to make fun of the way that he dresses. This guy's pants are so tight. Bro, I know he can't breathe in them things.
And the reason why we have a democracy is because we didn't want a king. And the kings came from the idea that their God said that they're the ones who's supposed to be king. And so we can disagree on this. I don't want to live in a country that is ruled by religious.
Is he a cop? Because he's kind of cop coded. He does kind of have a little bit of thumb for knowledge. You're right. You might be onto something too. I think you might be onto something.
And if I do, you have no issue with that.
And no. And this is why I say under Trump, yes, you have won.
Yes.
You have a
Only
bunch
male
of Christian.
and female. You're right.
You have a Christian nationalist.
He said male, so he started licking his lips. He was like, male and female.
Yes,
And
which is necessary.
And so I can see
greedy bisexual fuck. Disgusting. Unbelievable.
Point that under Trump, your Christian nationalism has gained an advantage under this.
Sorry, we're going to have more kids. We're going to have less abortions. We're going to have more family. We're going to have stable family households. Sorry about better education.
People, gay people should be out.
Sorry about better education. Says funding to fucking Department of Education will be removed. Also, yeah, he's literally just agreeing with the prompt. What I don't understand, yeah, that's sorry. He just short-circuited me a little bit. He's just agreeing with the prompt. He literally said, you voting for Trump was a mistake unless you agree with his religious beliefs and all these other things. And he literally
should be straight. They should be straight.
Women should be secondary to their husbands.
Women should submit to the husbands. That doesn't mean they are slaves. It doesn't mean they are
When did he say that? Anything about slavery?
They are protected. Okay, let me ask you.
No.
Should women be drafted? Should women be drafted?
Listen, I think
if they're equal, should they be drafted?
I think this is the vision.
I just don't have words, man. I have no words, man. This guy is lost. This guy needs God. Wait, actually, no, he has too much God. He needs less God. He needs less God. Or like...
WAA. Here's some Bezos bucks.
Yeah, this is what happens when you get too much God, dude. Fuck.
Vision that you have.
Also, amateur, thank you for the Bezos. Wah. Valiant, thank you. Crack, thank you. Loquat, Slop, thank you. Thank you, guys. Bjorn. His socks are really giving me whiplash. He was like, you know what? Honey, bring me the exciting socks. Yes, I'm feeling quite bold today. You don't think these make me look gay, right? It doesn't look like, it doesn't show off that I want to suck cock. I mean, it doesn't show off that I like, I mean, it looks straight, right? Okay, good. Yes, bring them for me, honey. Yes.
I think Trump supports it. Yes. I think the Christian nationalists he has throughout his government are all going to work towards your vision.
Yes.
And my hope is that when people look at this, they say, hey, wait a second. I don't want my life to be dictated by the notion of a Christian nationalist prescription. Now, you may win out. I mean, certainly, like if you look at a country like Iran, they have a theocracy there.
Reconcile with all these religious freaks on their side.
I mean, a lot of them agree with the religious freaks is the problem. I don't understand how like minorities reconcile with it. Because I think atheist Trump voters are like, whatever, he's going to be good for the economy. He's allowed to give the fucking Christian nationalists a crumb. Watch him miss the point about Iran, by the way, and say, well, we don't want the crazy shit that Iran wants.
And apparently that's, good for them if they want it.
My final point is whenever
but I don't want to live in a theocracy.
My final point is whenever we see people live out Christian values to its full extent, we see a great society. When we see people deviate from that, that's where all the problems arise.
All right,
I think you are at home in the Trump.
Thank you very much.
I just have to say that being Hispanic and talking about the amazing values of Christianity, when Christians literally just like destroyed the entirety of the Americas with missionaries, like it's not lost on me. It's really like not lost on me, man. Nazi Germany was Christian. Well, you know what? We're doing it different. It's different here, okay? All right. Or maybe I should pull the Amaranth card instead. Well, maybe they just went a little too far. Did you think of that?
You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Sorry, guys.
This guy here. Can we get some new people, man?
I think I have an issue with the implications of the prompt. I mean, of course, I'll stick on the
Teddy Roosevelt from fucking Timu, dude.
religious fundamentalism. I think it's unfair to view Christianity separated from the ideology that Christianity informs, right? You have an ideology that you vote upon because you view it to be the truth that benefits everyone in a society. That's how a democracy works. I, as a Christian, have an ideology that informs my opinions, and I believe that it is the most moral and correct way for us.
Oh, you're a Christian? Wow, I couldn't tell from the boring white t-shirt and the boring navy blue cardigan. I really couldn't tell. Thank you for telling us.
So I think if we put religious fundamentalism in a box where you say any moral implications
Born again Eddie Burback
that I draw from this, religion is unable to be voted upon, unable to be pushed onto you because simply it's a religion, is unfair to view it that way. Religion is an ideology like all ideologies are. It's you vote away.
I don't mind you. I don't dispute the idea that you could have a religious ideology and want to see it imposed upon others, and it's not inconsistent with my claim. My claim is that Donald Trump is ushering in an element of Christian theocracy that I can't remember his name, and you may be excited about, but I'm not excited about it. I don't think the vast majority of Americans are, but maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I don't think this country was set up to be a theocracy, and I find it problematic that it will be, but others will be happy about it.
I think it's unfair as well to label any morals that comes from religion.
They use the word ideology as if they have any real consistent moral groundwork. They just don't understand the word. Yeah.
Inherently,
I mean, conservatives don't understand a lot, I think.
Theocratic, like having a theocracy is something different than having.
I think love thy neighbor is a good precept, and I don't know that we should necessarily legislate it, but I think it's a good precept. I think there are things from religion that are good. I interviewed Desmond Tutu years ago, who said that religion can be is like a knife. It can be used to spread butter, or it could be used to stab people. But that doesn't mean that I want religious doctrine to be the same as the law of the land. We have a democracy, and it was founded on trying to get out from some type of like religious oppression, which means one religion shouldn't dominate in this country. That's my sense.
Yeah, and I see that, but I think I have an issue with where you would perceive religious doctrine is derived from, right? A guy doesn't. At least in Christianity, a guy doesn't go in a room and come out and say that he has a secret message from God that everyone now has to follow. Religious doctrine is grueled over, it's reasoned over, the same way any ideology is.
Religious doctrine is grueled over and reasoned over.
The most lead poison concentrated eye.
He just described Mormonism. I like how we're ignoring the phrase leap of faith. I like how we're ignoring heresy as a concept. Just like that doesn't exist in his world. It's fake. It's made up by liberals, by woke liberals.
Is discovered.
I'm not talking about the validity of religious doctrine. I'm talking about religious doctrine supplanting democracy and civil society.
Well, and I'm saying that religious doctrine is democratic inherently, and in the way that you.
Well,
earlier,
I mean, look, we can have a debate as to whether or not women should be subservient to men.
Right.
I don't think they should be,
Right.
and in a democracy, I don't think it's healthy.
Right, but when you said earlier with him that someone shouldn't have I don't know the exact word, like a chokehold on what is, religious truth and what isn't religious truth, that's not how religious truth itself works, and that's not how religious truth is brought to the political table.
That's That's literally how it works. What are you talking about?
To have that work either, right?
I don't know. When Pete Hegseth is in a bar yelling, we're going to kill all Muslims.
Well, that's, yeah.
I mean, well, yeah, but now he's in charge of the largest military in the history of the world. I think, and he's informed by his Christian nationalism. I think that's a problem.
Right. Well, but we
can disagree on that.
Yeah, we don't take.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority.
Thanks, Sam.
Return to your seat.
Imagine being given clear examples of how religious theocracy is taking over our country in a terrible way and then being like, yeah, but that's different. Yeah, but listen, okay, look, that's different.
Okay.
Can we get some new people? Please. Not this fucking idiot again. Not the dumbass, dude. Fucking no. Oh.
So, Eleazar mentioned his views on gay marriage, and I saw that you believe that essentially conservatives don't believe that gay marriage should be allowed. I want to ask everybody in this room, is there any law or legislation that Donald Trump has passed to prohibit same-sex marriage in the last 4 years? Okay. Is there anyone in here who would potentially oppose two people kissing in public that are of the same sex? You could raise your hand if you want. Yes, in public, kissing in public. No.
All right, this guy's just like raising his hand because he's just like really pissed.
Kissing in public.
When he sees gay men, when this guy sees gay men kiss in public, he's like, stop giving me an erection, you fucks. Stop, I want to do that.
No law against it, just your own opinion. Okay.
Why can't it be
these are all
me?
people's opinions, right? The same way you have your opinions about Christians is the same way these people are allowed.
No, I don't have a problem with Christians.
Well, you do not believe that theology should be at its
We should not have a theology.
Raising his hand so people can look away from his erections.
Correct. And so what I'm saying is, I think that Christianity, I'm a Catholic, I think that Christianity is, fundamentally very important to instill family values in myself as well as every person who wants to have children. Now, let's talk about...
I'm okay with that, too.
Let's talk about Order 14,166. That is an executive order that Donald Trump just imposed on...
Okay, the last time he referenced a bill, he didn't know what it was. He thought it was something else. And the AB 954, it was just in reference to courts being reasonable about undue financial stress on parents. That they should only be punished if service workers or social workers provide them with free options and the parents choose to not do that anyways. So like one such example would be like parents should only be punished if they're struggling to feed their kids, and despite social workers giving them addresses for food banks, they refuse to go to the food banks. Right? That we shouldn't just punish parents just because they are in a financially difficult situation. We should only punish them if they're refusing, despite there being options available to them. So that's what he referenced, and he thought it was something, I think, about trans people or something. I don't know what the fuck he thought it was. But let's see, 14. Surely, I think he was looking at his phone, so I can only guess or assume that maybe he might have actually looked this one up.
Identifying what is male and female. So I personally believe, as well as many transsexuals, friends of mine, believe that a woman is a biological female, as well as a man.
Sorry, he said 14,166, right?
14,166.
Executive Order 14,166, Application of Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act to TikTok. Control find female, control find male, control find gender, control find sex. Interesting. None of those came up. All right. Let's see you talk about a different executive order, I guess.
That is an executive order that Donald Trump just imposed on identifying what is male and female. So I personally believe, as well as many transsexuals, friends of mine, believe that a
lying is OP. Yep.
Woman is a biological female, as well as a man being a biological male. You are assigned what you are at birth. You are not assigned your gender later on. What you choose to express is something that is similar to wearing a garment, similar to what you decide to put on your face.
What conservatives don't understand is that there is fundamentally no difference between being assigned a gender by a doctor at birth as there is being assigned a social security number at birth. There is no difference. When you are born with X characteristics, Y characteristics, Z characteristics. You're born looking one way, looking another way, having certain features. And we, as a society, before modern medicine, decided it would be easy to categorize people as man and woman. And over the course of thousands of years, we've had people who haven't fit into man or woman. We've had people transitioning for at least a century at this point. We've also had special carve-outs in society for people who do not fit cleanly into these. Because intersex people have always been around. We just decided because gender is bimodal, most people are going to fall into male or female. It's the easiest way to categorize people for simplicity. The assignment by a doctor at birth or by some professional, it doesn't mean anything. It is, that assignment is a category we created as people for our benefit. That is the only reason that that category exists. When those categories are no longer as beneficial, we change the categories. This is why the term white has changed so much to mean different groups of people over time. White didn't have Irish people in it. It didn't have Italian people in it. We use these terms to classify groups of people in a way that would benefit us in some manner or another. When these categories are no longer as useful, we change them. Words are descriptive, not prescriptive. It's the same thing as the social security number. It's just something that we decided happens at this time because it's convenient. That's it.
And I don't think there should be laws or legislations dictating people or imposing laws to manipulate children, for example, to castrate their bodies at such a young age.
Don't nod your head like that, like he's eating. Don't. Okay. Oh my.
There 50% of children.
Do you know how many children are treated over the past?
What's the prompt again? Unless you're a billionaire religious fundamentalist or a xenophobic nationalist, voting for Trump was a mistake. I think what he's trying to argue is, well, what about all these what about these children getting castrated? I don't have to be any of those things to care about those people.
Past 5 years, let's say, I think it was from 2018 to 22, there was a study that just came out from Harvard. Do you know how many children received gender-affirming care, but broken down into puberty blockers and then hormones?
Give me the numbers.
You tell me. I'm curious.
Well, I'm curious because you're bringing it up.
No, I have.
I'm curious because you're bringing it up. I'm curious. Guys, I don't know the actual number, actually. I don't know anything, actually. I can't even list the right executive orders. Every single time I list something, it's literally not that. Also, I'm not getting fact checked, so lying is OP, so I'm going to keep going, even though there was an ad in this for fact checking. There was literally an ad in here about fact checking.
The numbers.
Okay, tell me.
I do, but I'm curious if you know.
Tell me what the numbers are.
I promise to tell you after you tell me what you think it is.
I'm not gonna play that game.
Because I have a feeling
we're not playing this game.
No, I am playing this game because
Why?
I think you think
yes, fucking mog him. Oh my God, I love a good mogging. Fuck.
Much higher. When you tell me that kids are being castrated, I know you don't really know what these numbers are. And I do know these numbers.
Okay, well, I can tell you this much.
What?
It was reported that scientifically every single child who has received gender-affirming care, about roughly 50% of them regret it. And 50%.
He's just lying. I don't know how else to explain this to you guys. He's literally just lying. Scientifically, he said. My source, you ask? Please. I have a source. I look at my works cited, okay? Here. Feeling embarrassed yet liberal? Yeah, that's what I thought.
50% of them are suicidal because of it. They're actually more depressed because of it.
How many of those kids? How many?
A psychologist.
Wait, there was an actual fact check. Studies on this subject often suffer from researcher bias and methodological errors, including inadequate follow-up, imprecise measurement, and poorly chosen sample base. This fact check sucks. Doctors agree, more researchers. This fact check sucks. I'm pretty sure the 50% that he's quoting, by the way, first of all, he might be mistakenly thinking it's a 0.5%, and he might have seen that and thought, oh, 50%. It's hard to tell. I mean, again, this guy can't even quote the right fucking executive order. But two, and I know another study that's very frequently referenced by transphobes about regret rates is, and I think that they might have had a close to 50% rate on that study. It was a Swedish study, I want to say. And the way that they found the information about regret rate was asking the parents what they thought. That was the study. They had parents who had kids that were trans, and they said, well, do you think your kid regrets it? And a really high percent, I would guess it was like 50%, which is probably where he's getting it, said, well, I think they regret it. And I think it's just a phase. According to the Associated Press, it's literally 1%. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, the order that he quoted is about TikTok. I mean, I literally pulled it up on stream. The 14166 is TikTok, not anything else. But anyways, we'll continue on. It is 1%. It is a 1% regret rate. It is lower than like hip surgery regret rates. It's lower than like I think fucking like liposuction regret rates. It's lower than a lot of other first of all, necessary and unnecessary medical procedures. Lower than LASIK even. Yeah. Because I think some people, if you tell them that the regret rate is lower than hip surgery, they're like, well, what do you want them to do? Have a broken hip for the rest of their life? And some people, when you tell them about elective surgery, they're like, oh, so you agree that it's just something that they're choosing to do because they want to do it? So you have to list both medically necessary procedures and medically unnecessary procedures, like breast implants. So you can say, hey, it's actually the regret rate is lower than both of these types of procedures. It's a very, very low regret rate.
They're actually more depressed because of it.
How many of those kids? How many?
A psychologist, by the way.
How many over the course of 5 years?
Well, tell me.
You tell me.
Tell me.
Just give me
I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to put me in this chokehold of like,
no, I'm
I
not trying to
gotcha
put you in a
moment.
It's not a gotcha moment. You're claiming that there's so many children being castrated, but you don't even know the fucking number for it. You're actively making trans people's lives worse by pushing propaganda that isn't true. And when you're pushed on it and you're asked to actually list how many castrated children there are, you can't pull up a fucking number.
No, this is definitely a gotcha moment, because I'm suggesting to you that you think this problem is much bigger than it is.
It is a huge problem.
Okay.
Medi-Cal covers inmate trans women.
I understand that, yes. And I know
coverage.
one person has had that surgery.
I don't understand how my taxes should go for an inmate prisoner who wants to transition.
Well,
I would be a great expenditure of my taxes, actually. Actually, I think that's dope. Yeah. If that's happening, I'm happy that it's happening, actually. Fucking hell yeah. I'd much rather it go to trans women in fucking prison than to bombs in Gaza. That's an easy one for me. That's a really easy one for me, actually. Next question, stupid.
Because we got to do health care for prisoners, and you don't consider it real health care. But hold on, I don't want to get...
$2.6 billion
it's 900 kids over 5 years.
That is a lot of children.
Puberty blockers.
That is a lot of children.
900
AB
kids over 5 years.
547 just
Do you know
passed,
how many...
including...
I was too busy listening to this guy, and I didn't get to hear Sam Cedar say the number. I think he said 900, including puberty blockers.
Do you know how many kids died during COVID?
Gender identity to allow children to be separated from their parents just due to not affirming their gender identity.
But here's the point. Listen, Trump how is he hurting these people? He just rescinded...
Data compiled from Reuters and the health technology company Komodo found that from 2017 to 2021, 4,700 adolescents started puberty blockers and had a gender dysphoria diagnosis. Incredible. A new study from JAMA Pediatrics found that only 0.1% of young patients in the study were transgender and prescribed puberty blockers or hormone therapy. If I'm not mistaken, I mean, it's hard to tell because I don't know what this fact check is and I don't know how valuable this fact checker is or like how good this company is. But I think what they're trying to say, if they're not, it doesn't matter because what I'm about to say I know is true. A lot of children who go in for gender-affirming care sorry, one second. Okay, yeah. A lot of children who go in for gender-affirming care are not trans.
Exclamation mark.
It's an insane percent. I don't have the exact number on hand, but the vast majority of gender-affirming care is given to cis kids, and it is given to intersex kids. Because we all agree, if you're intersex, if you're born, I mean, Boy Boy, Alex from Boy Boy, I think. If you're born and you don't fit cleanly into male and female, maybe you have androgen insensitivity syndrome. Alexa. Okay, sorry. Apologies. I don't know the boy names just yet. I'm still learning, okay? Sorry. Sorry, let me get back on track. If you have androgen insensitivity syndrome, or you have any number of other syndromes that can happen if you're intersex, we all agree, oh, you have these chromosomes, but you have these gender markers, but you have these reproductive organs. Okay, this is ground that is clearly not male or female. We think it's only right that you get to pick what you feel most comfortable in. That seems fair. That is a good society to have. If you had a kid, just think about it for a second. You have a kid and the doctor tells you, oh, this is very interesting. They have XY chromosomes, but they present as female. Visually, they present as female. I think it's only fair to say, okay, well, we'll just put them as one of them. We'll just put down, I guess, like female. And when they're older, if they have any feelings about it, it's only right that they can pick what they are most comfortable in. Which is what happens, is that's what we do. A lot of the gender-affirming care and a lot of the surgery, by the way, that occurs with regard to children and gender-affirming care is for intersex people. Because it is not fair to assign them a gender that we think fits them when their chromosomes don't match their reproductive organs or they don't match how they present. That seems only fair. It is the humane way to treat intersex people. And then there's another percent of people that are cis that just have gender-affirming care. Gynecomastia. So I think that one is the one where teenage boys sometimes will get too much fatty tissue on their chest and they get moobs for that's the unscientific term, the non-scientific term. And it gives young boys really bad gender dysphoria. I think even like Miskiff has talked about having this problem where it's very embarrassing and it's humiliating and kids are mean. Kids are so fucking mean. They're so mean. Oh, it's actually, it's breast tissue. Okay, so it's an excess of breast tissue, not fatty tissue. And these kids end up wearing like really baggy shirts or they have to layer shirts to try and hide it. And it causes extreme stress for these children. And what do? We say, okay, well, Billy, we can perform this elective surgery, get rid of the excess breast tissue that's clearly causing you a lot of psychological stress and harm. Get rid of them boobs. And guess what? The kids feel better. And guess what? That's gender-affirming care. Just because you're cis doesn't mean you can't get gender-affirming care. That is literally gender-affirming care. So whenever people talk about these stats, please remember that unless the statistic specifically says the number of trans kids getting surgery, unless the word trans kids is explicitly used, please know that the number is going to be inflated by cis kids getting gender-affirming care and by intersex people and intersex kids getting gender-affirming care. All right.
The ability of the Labor Bureau to
I'm actually 31 and I got it a few months ago. Made me so much happier with my body. I'm happy for you. I don't understand why we can't just be cool with cis people getting it and also trans people getting the care as well. I just don't get it. Anyways,
investigate discrimination in workplace. Are you for trans people being discriminated in workplace?
They're never being discriminated. Hold on.
Are you?
This is the guy who said we beat racism, so I guess this makes sense.
For trans people being discriminated with housing?
I'm very passionate about that question, and can I answer it? Mm-hmm. Okay, so I believe that affirmative action should be...
It's not affirmative action.
We're back to affirmative action.
Oh, then what is it?
It's anti-discrimination. That's not saying that you have to hire trans people. It's saying you can't fire someone when you find out they're trans.
Okay, well, hold on a minute. So when you hire someone or when you interview someone, for example, you are supposed to interview them based on their knowledge and their work ethic, not based on sex.
I'm not saying affirmative
not based
action.
On their sexual.
This guy, like, genuinely, he doesn't understand that discrimination and hiring preferences are different things. Like, he can't wrap it around his brain that having policies that prevent discrimination doesn't mean that you are preferring to have those people. And actually, it is quite the opposite, that people get denied for jobs all the time because hiring managers and CEOs and bosses don't want to deal with appropriate accommodations. This is a big reason, by the way, why disabled people struggle to get work. It's because they'll be like, oh, we found a better fit. And reality is, the real reality is they get denied those jobs. Why? Because employers don't want to have to give them proper accommodations.
Are you allowed to fire them if you find out they're trans?
If you need to, then you should. If you need to, then you should.
So we have a disagreement. Right, I don't believe people should be discriminated against.
Pause.
And that's not discrimination. It's based on your knowledge.
That's not discrimination. Bitch, you are kicked off. Get the fuck off the chair. Shut the fuck up.
Not what you sleep with, not who you sleep with. Just saying.
Yeah, huggers! Huggers! Finally. No, not this.
Sam.
So I actually
We got a different person, but at what cost?
think that this liberal world order needs
This liberal world order.
to be thrown away completely. And I think Christian nationalism would be a good alternative. What we're seeing right now is
And
just
congratulations.
yeah, and thank you. And yeah, I think
But what I understand about these fucking morons is that they're not even arguing against the prompt. They're just agreeing with the prompt. They're just agreeing with the prompt. This is the same guy again. This is the dude wearing the fucking tight ass fucking pants. It's the same thing again. He's saying, yes, you were right you want a racist society. Congrats, you voted the right person.
what we're seeing right now is a culture of death. This is the most suicidal generation ever. We have millions of children dying by abortion. People aren't even
Praise the liberal world order.
One of the fastest ways to get me to disrespect someone's intelligence or just like their personality or just their personhood in general, just like
Love your
not liking
streets.
them,
Fuck Ethan, he's a child.
is when people refer to fetuses as children. When people say, think about all the children dying to abortions. Like that is the fastest way to get me to not respect you. Because one, they're not children. They're literally not children. Definitionally, they are not children. They're not even babies. They haven't been born yet. They're still fetuses. Two, you don't give a fuck about children, because if you gave a fuck about children, you wouldn't vote in fucking Trump. You wouldn't vote in the guy that's actively trying to defund SNAP, that's actively trying to prevent any funding for childcare. You wouldn't vote for Republicans that vote against more affordable formula. You wouldn't vote against more affordable daycares. You wouldn't do that. You don't give a fuck about children. You care about the idea of children. Three, dare I quote the Jon Stewart fucking mogging, if you gave a fuck about children, you would also care about assault weapons, which kill way more children than anything else, actual children. You would care about free lunches. You would care about all these things that actually help children. But instead, what do you care about? You care about some fetuses. And the worst part is, the very worst part, the absolute worst part is, let's just concede that the third trimester, let's just, for the sake of argument, say that the third trimester, we can call those fetuses children at that point. Those are, there's after the point of viability outside of the womb, those are children. The percent of abortions that occur in that trimester or in that period of time are, like, it's literally 99%, I'm not joking, is for the health of the mother or the child. It's for instances where the child won't live outside of the womb for like more than an hour or two. It's for instances where it would be at severe risk for the mother and she has a good chance of dying, giving that kid no fucking parent. It is, again, 99%. And like, this is like, you can only think something so stupid if you are that stupid. If you really think people would like to be physically uncomfortable for 8 months just to, on a whim, decide they don't want to have a child anymore, you're actually a moron. Pregnancy is very uncomfortable. You're actually a fucking moron if you think that someone would make such an important decision at the very end and be like, you know what? I know I haven't slept well in 8 months and I've been in constant pain and I've gained like 30 pounds. And then I'm going to have to go through childbirth, which is super uncomfortable and painful. and I might have constant bladder issues for the rest of my life. I might lose my teeth. I just kind of am not feeling it anymore. You're actually insane. You're actually a crazy person. You're so stupid. Oh my God. 99% of the abortions that happen are medically necessary. Where it would be at severe risk for the child or the mother or both if the pregnancy was to, what's the term? If the child was to be born. Moving on.
Reproducing.
No, why did you mention that? Some chatter brought up the smug smile on the fucking Neanderthal troglodyte fuck in the background. Okay, can I just say, like, okay, this is gonna be this might be a little bit of friendly fire, but please know that I say this with love in my heart in an attempt to help you. If you are actively currently repping the beard no mustache, you need to stop. Like, you need to, it is not in style. I don't know the last time it was in style. I'm telling you, okay? I'm just telling you. Don't. I tried it once, and when I shaved, everyone complimented me and I felt like a huge idiot. Anyway, sorry. Indiana, thank you for the 5 kids. Scoopy Gum, thank you for 2 months. Or Pixel, Ali Moon. Emmy, thank you guys for the subbies. Big Masking, thank you for the prime. Yeah. Right up until the point where Lincoln took the bullet. After that, it was off style. Yeah, it's not in fashion. The Abe Lincoln, it's not good anymore. It's not good. And chat, in exchange for potentially friendly firing anyone in here, if I ever do, or I'm repping some fashion that's really cringe, just please tell me. Just like, if I can't pull something off, tell me. Okay, we're going to have this rule between us where if I look really cringe, you tell me. And if you guys look really cringe, I'll tell you. All right? All right.
Reproducing, we don't even have like a...
Should we mandate people reproduce?
No, I don't think we need to mandate. We can just stop them from killing their kids.
That's mandating that they reproduce.
You want to outlaw abortion?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, we have a fundamental disagreement on this, and my claim was that if you voted for Trump, it would be to your benefit if you want to outlaw abortion.
I think it would benefit everyone.
Yeah, I disagree. I think that that women should have the right to choose.
I think that it would benefit everyone to bring back the family unit, to stop having women just thrown into the workforce.
Maybe we shouldn't allow women to choose to divorce unless their husbands say it's okay.
I mean, I don't really believe in divorce in general, so.
You can't fix her, chat. You can't fix her. You can't. You can't.
Like, sure.
All right. I mean, this I think though reinforces my point that that if you are,
but it would be better for society. It would be better for everybody in society. And same with xenophobic what's the problem with xenophobic nationalism? Don't you think that's better for Americans in general?
Like xenophobic nationalism is better.
We should have a coherent culture. Everyone should be a part of the same culture. We should have assimilation.
Which do you get to?
She has to just like not know what xenophobia is, right? Like she has to. There's no way anyone would ever get on air and say that's such. No.
Choose what the culture is.
We already have a dominant culture.
What is
based
the dominant
on
culture?
European and Christian values and identity. That is.
Bruh, okay, all right. I'm doing it. I'm doing the thing again. I'm sorry. This is a big gripe that I have with white supremacists, whether the white supremacist is white or not. Ian Miles Strong, I'm looking at you. I have such a major gripe with white supremacists that pretend like white people have contributed the most. Literally mad disrespect to China. Like it is an unbelievable disrespect to China. Okay, you have to stop. You have to stop. Not only has China always been kind of beating our ass, but they're still beating our ass. You have to stop. Like, you have to seek help. Like, you literally have to. I'm sorry. You can't keep doing this, man. You can't keep doing this. You can't. The only thing Europe invented was pooping out of the windows. Dude, finding out that one French city, it's like, the name is like literally shit because people would fling buckets of poop out their windows. They're like, why is everyone getting so sick? Huh. Anyways, time for the poop bucket. Like, this is also why, like, I'm sorry, this is another one that's like kind of a personal gripe. When people call Muslim people dirty, it's literally been centuries of Muslim people 5 times a day washing. And I know it's just water because we didn't even know, like, we didn't have a good concept of soap for a very long time. And even when we had soap and we had germ theory, Europe literally wanted to kill the people that were like, hey, maybe germ theory is real. But Muslim people literally be washing their face, their hands, their feet, genitals 5 times a day to pray. Like, you're actually an idiot if you think that the people dumping buckets of poop are cleaner or historically were cleaner than Muslim people. You're actually a moron. Incredible. Just, I no words. Anyway, sorry. White supremacists, I think the biggest problem for me with white supremacists is that they're just fucking stupid. They're just, not only are they wrong, they're just stupid. Denims, what do you mean used to? Asmongold still exists? He's not real, dude. Like, he's fake. The Asmongold is a figment of all of our imaginations. Someone like that can't actually exist. They're not real. He's AI, guys. Come on, be real.
White Christian,
it's rooted in European identity.
White. So your argument is that
has been the dominant culture.
Just to be
and
clear,
we're not letting people assimilate to that. We're saying you should keep your culture, and this is why our culture is so divided.
Your argument is that Trump is good for those who want a dominant white European culture.
I mean, that is what America is. It's rooted in European identity and Christian values. That's what it has been. Would you really disagree with that? What is it then, if that's not the identity of America?
Well, I think...
I remember growing up and hearing melting pot, and it's just gone now.
The identity of America...
For the majority of time, America's been a country. You don't think that's been the identity?
Well, actually, no. I think actually the identity of America has been, you know, for better or for worse, a melting pot in that regard.
Yeah. I didn't pre-watch. I literally couldn't have pre-watched. The video came out 6 minutes before I started watching it on stream.
Yeah, maybe since like the 1960s. Even then, like even we had this idea of a melting pot literally means assimilation too. It means melting. It means you're assimilating.
Guys, don't be so mean to her, okay? She's literally white. When she makes a pot of any food, the most extreme spice she puts in is a dash of black pepper. Okay? She doesn't understand that melting pot means you put in lots of different things and you get something new from the amalgamation of all the new, interesting, tasty things. She only uses 3 ingredients in every meal. Okay? She doesn't understand this concept. She literally doesn't understand it.
To the dominant culture. Is that not what melting means?
No, it doesn't
and
mean
now
that
instead we're saying there's something wrong with xenophobia.
Culture. No. I mean, look.
When people talk about melting pot, they refer...
well in the melting pot.
When people talk about melting pot, the first thing that should come to your mind is Italian-American food being different from Italian food. That Italian Americans were suddenly able to create new cuisine because they had
pot like we are all melted down to biogoo and then reprinted out as a bland food paste.
Tex-Mex cuisine is another good one. Yeah. Generally any type of fusion cuisine, but like I think Italian Americans especially, that Italian Americans had new access to ingredients that they previously didn't have, or that the access to those ingredients was very difficult. Again, because in the Americas you can grow so many different new interesting things. Like corn, tomatoes, which ended up getting exported to Europe, potatoes, different types of wheats and whatever, lots of different types of agriculture that people in Europe just didn't have access to. And so when a lot of Italians,
Italian American food is just mid-Mexican food.
no, I disagree. Whoa. One, because I don't want to get stabbed or shot by the mafia. Okay. But two, because I'm from New York and actually I love Italian American cuisine. It's like Italian food, but American. It's dope. Anyway, sorry. Going back to the conversation that we were having, there's actually kind of like a divide between how like Italian food is and Italian American food is. Like things that we would consider pizza here would never fly or never be called pizza in Italy, right? Like a staple in New York that you can find at basically any pizza shop, pizza store, I don't know, is the buffalo, I think it's like buffalo barbecue chicken. And it's so good, dude. When it hits, it hits. Pizzeria, thank you. I think they'll just kill you in Italy if you ask for that. I think it's like probably written somewhere in their laws that they're allowed to murder you if you ever ask for that. Which is fair, to be honest. That's actually, I would agree with that. Chicken bacon ranch. The dish fettuccine Alfredo is literally American. Yeah. But the idea there is that it's a melting pot. You have this culture that comes in and there's all this pre-existing stuff and you can mix these things together and you can get something new and interesting and that makes other people's lives better. That's what the melting pot is. Not that the Italians came here and were like, okay, I guess we're just going to eat whatever you guys eat.
If I bash my head against the wall continuously for a few weeks, I may be able to channel amnesia to forget this moment.
Fox Freeman, thank you for the 5 gifts of cat butt. Thank you. Thank you so much for the subby.
Look, I got to be honest with you. Like, you and I have a fundamental disagreement. We will never see eye to eye on this. It's a choice. And people, I think what you're expressing, though, is really what the Trump movement at its heart is about. And I think that's problematic.
I disagree. I don't think Trump's like anywhere close to being a Christian nationalist. That's ridiculous. Like Trump's basically a Democrat from like 15 years ago when it comes to social issues.
So you don't think that he's conservative enough for you?
Oh, definitely. Nowhere close. No.
He's not xenophobic enough for you?
No, he's trying to import a bunch of H-1Bs. Are you kidding?
Right. Oh, so you want to get them out too? Yeah. No, I mean, I think you're making my argument for me.
All right.
Well,
okay.
I'm just saying he's not even in this. Okay.
She literally got on the hot seat, said, I'm a Nazi, and I agree that unless you're a billionaire religious fundamentalist or xenophobic nationalist, voting for Trump was a mistake. And then got off.
My next claim is the GOP will destroy Social Security. And
this one's a good one because it's simple. This is a concept that anyone who's debated their family members at Thanksgiving or Christmas or whatever, you know that sometimes if a question is too difficult, conservatives struggle a little bit. This one's very straightforward. So hopefully we'll get some good discussions here.
Nice to see you.
So what if Social Security should go away? That's my question to you.
What if we ate lead and liked it?
That was a masterclass in shooting yourself in the foot.
Did you think about that? What if we literally just...
This lady is literally trying to get men like me murdered.
Yeah. No, I mean, she's a crazy person. That lady's a crazy person. You can't reach people like that. Like, that's not... The only way you reach people like that, by the way, is showing instances of, like, what marriage looked like no-fault divorce. That's the only way you reach people like that. They're not going to appeal to like reason. You have to show them like, so if your husband was beating you all day, all night, you still disagree with the concept of divorce. Oh, you don't. You think there's exceptions to that. It's almost like there are lots of instances where people should be able to get out of these situations. Et cetera, right? And a lot of these people, they have to personally experience these things to understand. Anyways, this guy, what if we were still smoking asbestos cigarettes, huh? What if that's a good thing, actually? What if we bring back asbestos in a big way? Fucking idiot. Oh, God, dude. San, thank you so much for the 3 months. Thank you. Party, thank you for the 500 bits.
Because Social Security keeps 2/3 of our elderly out of poverty. And not only does it keep our elderly out of poverty, it's essentially a social insurance program that protects you if at the end of your life you don't have enough money to survive.
But right now, do you know that it's also the albatross around our generation's neck?
No, it isn't.
Okay, so
let me just explain.
Well, you're going to go back to lecturing me about Social Security.
Well, that's what we're talking about.
Social Security is one of the top 3 funded.
Social Security is almost the biggest thing that our government does.
Exactly, and we are more than $30 trillion in debt.
Well, first of all, Social Security cannot contribute legally to the deficit.
Because they don't even account it in the federal deficit every year.
That's correct.
We have 30 years of
self-funding. When Social Security started in 1936, you have more workers than retirees because people haven't entered into retirement.
Let's see what this fact check says. Social Security is funded through a dedicated payroll tax paid by both employers and employees. However, trust fund reserves are expected to run out by 2035, which will lead to a decrease in benefits. The reason, by the way, that this is happening is because it isn't getting appropriately funded because of the cap. That more people are making less money and a smaller number of people are making a lot of money. And so people, normally there would be a lot more people being able to pay in and reach that cap. But currently that's not really happening. And the richest people that are stealing all of the wealth, they're paying the same amount that like a doctor pays. So like Elon Musk might be paying the same amount as like a fucking teacher paying. They're literally paying like, I'm not joking, Elon Musk pays what is equivalent to a penny for you. I'm not joking. I'm not exaggerating. I'm serious. The max I think that he can pay out, or the max that any individual person in America can pay out is $140,000. It's in that ballpark. I might be forgetting the exact number. 170,000, 176,000 was what I'm getting from chat. That is the equivalent for Elon Musk of putting a penny in for you. He should be paying whatever is $176,000 proportional to you.
By 1970, it was at 3.5 to 1. Now it's at 2.5 to 1. But productivity has increased during that time, so the amount of money paid into Social Security has been up there. The reason why we are running out of money just for the trust fund, not for Social Security, like I say, if we do nothing with Social Security now, it is
sorry, 176 is the income cap. Sorry. You pay 6.2%, 5.2% is withheld from your income. And after $176K a year, you don't pay any more of that tax. Sorry about the confusion there. My apologies. It's 6.2%, right?
Statutorily unable to contribute to the debt. The math is right there. The reason why the trust fund is running out is because wealth inequality has hoarded so much money.
Fact check, in 1940, the ratio of covered workers to covered retirees was 159 to 1. Since 2010, the ratio has been below 3 to 1.
Above the cap.
You don't think it's because the government does a terrible job managing?
I'm Zen.
their money.
No,
they have a huge
not at
spending
all.
problem, and they go, oh, look
No,
at all this money
they
we have
knew
for
this in
Social Security
1983.
that's earmarked for 60 years from now that we're just going to spend on something
40
right now.
years ago, they predicted this. This is an actuarial table. Accountants sit there and look at it. This is a very easy math problem.
Accountants in the government.
There's something about conservatives failing to explain their points and then falling back on, well, maybe it's because the government is dumb and stupid. It just does something to me. It just causes me real damage. It's so brutal for me. It's just, because it's such a, I don't have a response. And they love to fall back on it. I don't know what's worse. The fact that this like 40-year-old man is trying to currently rep the fucking broccoli haircut that all of the fucking Zoomers are repping, or the fact that he's a fucking idiot that doesn't understand how conversations work.
Men are always right? That's totally the thing that you're saying? That they're always correct about money, right? That's why we have a $40 trillion debt problem.
The problem isn't the math with the 40 trillion debt problem. It's you have tax
It's the
cuts and you
spending
spend-
problem. I totally
Yes.
agree with you, which
Social
I would argue is
Security-
part of why Social Security's gone and the whole
Leave Hassan's hair alone. Sorry. I'm just playing. Sorry.
already.
That's simply not true.
Oh, okay. So we're out of money from
If
the
the
Social
trust-
Security bucket.
No. Statutorily, by that I mean by law, Social Security pays for itself. If we do nothing, the 6.2% that your employer and your employee pays into it will pay out 78% of benefits starting in 2033.
And why is it going down? If everything's so much better, why is it only 78%?
If we raise the
I know you just explained why it's going down, but why is it going down? It's literally showing up to your professor's office hours and then arguing with him.
cap, there's a cap right now at $176,000. So for instance, if you make $100,000, you pay $6,200 into that.
A year,
But
yeah.
A year. But if you make $4 million, do you know how much money you pay into Social Security? $6,200.
And so why should wealthy
should-
people hang on? Why should wealthy people pay a higher percentage?
Americans are like so cocked, dude. They're so cocked. It's so pathetic. It's so embarrassing. It's so surf-brained. Oh, it's actually, I think, the most embarrassing thing about being an American. I don't give a fuck that Americans are fat. I don't even care that they're dumb. That's fine with me. It's the fact that they're all cocked. And they're like, why should we make everyone's life better by making millionaires not be able to afford one more yacht? That doesn't seem very fair to me. That doesn't seem like a good society to me. It's like, you are not going to become a millionaire. That's not going to be you.
No, they should pay the same percentage. 6.2 on $400,000, 6.2 on $1 million.
And why should they pay even more money at all? Because they make more money? Again, you fundamentally have this idea
progressive
that because
taxation.
you have an idea that because somebody makes more money, that's fundamentally wrong, right?
No, I don't think it's fundamentally wrong. I think that they should pay more taxes into it. Now, I do think as a society, we should not allow billionaires. So, for instance,
they can pay more taxes generally, but why should they?
The highest tax rate was and the greatest expansion of our economy.
Hang on,
in this
does a
country?
billionaire get more money from Social Security if they went to go take it than I would?
No,
of course not.
it's
So why should
insurance.
they pay more?
I'll tell you why.
Because they benefit off of the labor that allows them to become billionaires. They should pay back if they refuse to pay their employees a wage that allows them to build a savings account, which, if you know anything about economic theory, employers are always going to try and pay as little as they can. Employees will always try and get as much as they can, but because employers have capital and they have power over employees, they have more bargaining power. So what happens is it's a race to the bottom on wages. What does that mean? What does it mean? If the companies who pay the least benefit the most, it means that the employees don't have a way to save up for retirement for themselves. If as a nation, we reward companies that treat their employees as terribly as possible, and we give them the most that we can give them, they should have to pay it back in some way to the people whose labor they're fucking stealing. This is not complicated. This is very simple.
If the payments increase, the amount they get in benefits would actually increase too. You get paid from Social Security based on how much you contributed.
Mm-hmm. This is correct. I feel like I am run-of-the-mill intelligence. I am averagely smart, and I can understand this. So I don't understand how anyone else can't understand this. These are not difficult concepts. It's not like fucking quantum fucking mechanics or physics or some shit. It's very simple. How can someone not understand this? How can you not understand this?
Because it is a social insurance program that keeps you from being in poverty when you're a senior. And the reason why I think billionaires should pay more taxes than other people, even a higher percentage, is because it works better for society. The greatest expansion we've had in this country in terms of economics and the least amount of wealth disparity was in the 40s and 50s and 60s in this country. Do you know what the top marginal rate was?
It was high.
Do you know what it
I don't
was?
know the exact number, but
If you made over $470,000 in 1955, every dollar you would make above that was taxed at 90%.
So I have a question.
90 cents on every dollar was taxed above 400.
This is also, it's really sad that like, this is a concept that Americans like don't know. There's a lot of Americans that literally, they don't understand how taxes work, how like income taxes work. They think that if you're a billionaire, that means 90% of all of your income gets taxed. They literally don't understand tax brackets. They literally don't understand tax brackets. Which I'm sure some of you have probably had this conversation again with like family members or friends. And they actually think, oh, okay, so the second I make $480,000, what, I should have nothing? They should tax me at 90% and then I have $4 left. And you're like, no, it's at $480,000, the $10,000 extra you made would be taxed at the 90% rate. But like, they don't understand how tariffs work. They think China pays the tariffs.
70. So if we had in today's dollars,
which is wild, by the way. But
and it's also the greatest expansion.
In 1955, individuals making more than $200,000 or $2.4 million today, or married couples with an income of more than $400,000, $4.8 million today, were taxed at 91%.
We had of the economy.
Yeah, you can expand for a time.
Again, as a tax bracket. So at the $400,000 per family, every dollar you make above that $400,000 gets taxed at 90%. You make $400,000, $410,000. They take $9,000 off that $10,000.
And then you see places, you see like Nordic countries that were like, oh, let's tax the hell out of our rich people, right? And then they go, whoops, we messed up. We can't actually live off of our terrible, we basically are able to live off our economic boom that they had between like the 40s and the 90s. And then we have to revert all of that because we made a terrible choice.
We're just writing fan fiction now.
Able to have a party for 50 years until we realized we ran through all the money that capitalism got us. So let me ask you real quick. So the average person, right? Right now they fundamentally look at Social Security, young people like me, and they go, I'm going to have that money sitting, waiting for me when I retire. Since your opinion is whatever works best for the average person is better, wouldn't you rather shift towards something that I would agree with, which is getting people that are 19, 20 years old into funding their own retirement rather than relying on other people to fund it for them?
You can already do that. Anyone can make a 401k or a savings account or whatever. What are you talking about? You can currently build a nest egg now. One of the major reasons why Social Security exists is to make sure that we force employers to pay into the system as well. Also, that's literally Social Security.
Like a 401k.
Sure. Well, not just a 401k, but IRAs, any other type of retirement. Would you agree? Would we agree with that?
Social Security was set up as part of a three-legged stool where back in the day, when I was a kid, we had defined benefit pensions, where you'd know how much money you would get out.
Yeah.
That all shifted in the 80s to defined contribution, where you know how much you put in. The 401k started during that Reagan era. It has been a disaster. Because the fact of the matter, for better or for worse, people just don't save in the way that you're talking about.
Why?
It would be nice if they could.
If the government were changing the mindset and actually pushing that cultural shift towards, we're not just going to hand you money when you're 65. You have to plan for
you money. You pay into the system. It's your money. Oh my God. It's literally the money that you. Does this guy know what withheld taxes are? Like, does he see that number and he's like, I don't understand what this is. Makes me so mad. Or is he just unemployed? Like, has been unemployed his whole life. Like, I don't understand how you don't understand this concept.
40-year experiment with the government affecting the cultural mindset, and it failed.
We've had a 40-year experiment of everybody. You know what my parents say? Do you know what grandparents say? They go, well, I'm just waiting for my social security check to come in, rather than I have $800,000 waiting for me because I thought about it when I was 19 and 20 because I didn't.
So he is unemployed. That's why he doesn't understand how Social Security works. Okay, his parents are rich, and that's why he's never worked a job before. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Now it's making sense. Now it's all coming together. Okay.
Didn't have this grab bag of money waiting for me. You're assuming that young people
I try and tell my kids.
So we agree. We should get rid of Social Security and phase it out. Well, no. So we should phase out. So how would you listen to this idea? You phase out Social Security.
How about another stupid idea? What if we started huffing spray paint?
To where people who have 5 years left before they retire get 100% of the benefits, and then people like me who have 40 years until we retire, I'm not going to get it. I'm going to get screwed either way.
No,
you really think I'm going to get Social Security someday?
I guarantee you, at the very least, you're going to get 78% of your benefits.
That's awesome. I'll get $9,000 a year. That's great.
In calling for our government to increase.
The people in this video demonstrate fascism's subconscious realization of the death drive. Thankfully, these people are dumb and not disciplined enough to be competent fascists. I mean, yeah, the average American that believes in this shit, the problem is that they're stupid. Like, they don't understand. Like, the things that they want, they don't understand that voting for Trump doesn't do that. Even the chick that, like, went full Nazi on here and was like, I'm xenophobic, when asked, well, what, do you think people shouldn't be able to divorce? She's like, I don't even know if I believe in divorce. She hasn't even thought about these things. She hasn't thought about these concepts.
Increase the cap. In fact, get rid of the cap. Then your grandkids will get Social Security.
I would much rather, and again, maybe we'll just disagree, but I would much rather result to, hey, 20-year-olds, please save for your own retirement, invest for your own retirement, because the government is bad at dealing with money.
And what happens
Don't rely
if they
on them. What happens if what?
What happens if those 20-year-olds don't listen to you?
The same thing.
Then they deserve to suffer. Is the classic death cult garbage that conservatives fucking love.
happens if a 20-year-old just doesn't go and get a job because I tell them to?
No.
They're going to have a problem, but that's not my fault.
No, I got news for you. It's not your fault, but there used to be in New York City 30,000 people sleeping
No one
on
in
the
this
Bowery
No one in this room was alive before
Security.
Social Security. We've all lived under this, just like the
And it
income
has been
tax.
the most successful government program in the history of our government
Things that are
programs.
successful don't just start to die out and end up in the
It's not dying out.
It's the grab bag of money, the massive excess that was there in the early years because of the 42-to-1 beneficiary.
No, there wasn't a massive excess in 1930.
This guy thinks Social Security is like slavery. I mean, I don't know that this guy can think. Oh, no, I skipped ahead. Fuck. No, I got too passionate. Oh, wait, I got it. I found it.
I would much rather result to, hey, 20-year-olds, please save for your own retirement. And
No, I got news for you. It's not your fault, but there used to be in New York City 30,000 people sleeping
no one
on
in this
the Bowery.
No one in this room was alive before
Security.
Social Security. We've all lived under this, just like the
And it has
income
been
tax.
the most successful government program in the history of our government.
Things that are
programs.
successful don't just start to die out and
It's
end up
not
in the
dying out.
It's the grab bag of money, the massive excess that was
It's not a grab bag. It's money that you pay in with your taxes that gets paid out to you. I don't.
there in the early years because of the 42-to-1 beneficiary.
There wasn't a massive excess in 1930.
42-to-1
Dude,
is
that was
a
just
massive
because
excess.
there weren't that many people who had entered into the Social Security program.
And the fact that
In 1970, it was 3.5 workers to 1. Now it's 2.5, but productivity has increased it. I've told you why the Social Security Trust Fund is running out. It is because of wealth disparity. Billionaires hiding and hoarding their money above the cutoff line, which is 176,000. That's the cap. If you
hiding
remove the
and
cap,
hoarding their money.
your grandkids
Billionaires aren't keeping $2 billion under their mattress. They're investing it back into.
They're just putting it into some stock market, or they're just looking around.
And what do you think a 401k or an IRA relies upon? It relies on the stock market and things like that.
Yeah, a 401k relies on the stock market, and I knew people who were retiring in 2008 when the stock market tanked, and they got screwed.
Well, that's a whole other problem.
Oh, well, you know, that doesn't count. Okay, that doesn't count. Okay, listen, what about this idea? What about if everyone here sub to Denims chat right now? Okay, it's a good idea. It's much better than Social Security. It's 100 times better than Social Security. We should end Social Security. Fucking got him, dude. Someone asked for another explanation on marginal versus effective tax rates. They were asking about how tax brackets work and stuff. So just wanted to explain it for anyone who doesn't know.
DNMK comrade.
Let's say in America, you outline. Okay.
Poldo.
Oh my God. Tegar, thank you for the 11 months. Magma, thank you. B for business. Thank you. Diner Smash, thank you so much for the 10 gift sub. Thank
My
you.
retirement is secure.
Phil, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you guys. Okay, so let's say you make $150,000.
I, for one, am certain that was financial advice.
Mm-hmm. Let's say you make $150,000 in America, and the tax rate is a 24% tax rate. Right? This is what you're supposed to get taxed. What that means is it's incremental, or like it's marginal, right? So your first $11,000 gets taxed at the 10% tax rate. Your next $44,000 above that, so the 33.7 gets taxed at a 12% rate. Then after that, the 95K would get taxed at a 22% rate. And then after that, the 150K would get taxed at a 24% rate. So you can see it's a sliding scale. So once you start making a little bit more, it doesn't suddenly mean that this number needs to get taxed at this rate. So like if, for example, $160,000, let's just make up some numbers here. Let's say $160,000 in America got taxed at a 90% tax rate. It doesn't magically mean that you have to multiply 160 by 90% and lose all that money. It means that the $10,000 that you're suddenly making over that would get taxed at 90%. So 10,000 at a 90% tax rate. And then that would be added to all the other ones, right? And so that's why there's like what's known as an effective tax rate. So the amount of money that you ended up making in total with subtracting all of the, subtracting all the taxes you paid, that's your effective tax rate. Can you link this? Yeah, I can send the image over to you guys. But there's a lot of Americans who like, it's really sad. I mean, like literally open the schools that don't understand how tax rates work. So when they see 90% tax rate, they get really scared because they're like, well, what if one year I just make $1,000 more and then suddenly 90% of my income is gone? No, 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 no. It's just about whatever you make above the next threshold. In between tax rates, you pay the tax rate of that bracket. So everyone always should be in support of higher tax rates for people with more money because it doesn't impact you. And when it impacts you, if it impacts you, it's barely going to impact you. And by the way, this still means that rich people get richer. It just means that you can't fucking hoard wealth the way that they're hoarding it now. And to be clear, I'm not shaming anyone who doesn't know this. I'm shaming the people who are against taxing the wealthy when they don't even understand how these things work. Like economists explain, no, this is good and we should do this. And they're like, well, I disagree because what if I'm a millionaire? And it's like, how are you disagreeing with someone who knows more than you about this when you don't know shit about this? What? And when America was at its best in terms of like financials or economy or whatever, which is like the Make America Great Again, it was at a 90% tax rate for the ultra rich. People who would have, people who would be making $4 million a year today were taxed at 90%, which is how it should be. So basically it's 24% until a certain income and then 90% times that income made over it. Yes, exactly. So again, like this, you can see here, this 11K, it gets taxed at the lowest rate, which is 10K. So you end up paying $1,000 in taxes on this chunk. But the next chunk, 44 minus 11, gives you 41.7K. Or sorry, 43.7K, right? Sorry, basic math. Sorry, 33. Excuse me. I'm being a potato here. I was never really good with simple math. I always preferred using a calculator. So yeah, 33. This gets taxed at a 12% rate. So it's the difference. This 11K get taxed at a 10%. And so on and so forth. So whatever the difference is between these incomes. Denim tricked us into learning. Fuck, they're on me, shit. But yeah, okay. Wedge, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Endies, thank you so much for the Prime. Juliet, thank you for the gift sub. Moplop, thank you for the Prime. Groovy, thank you for the 12. Cinnamon, thank you so much. Tough Man, Booze, Dreams, Master, Nelson, Hazelnut, thank you guys so much for the subbies. Thank you.
I would argue that's largely driven by the government being once again terrible with policy and creating bad economic hazards.
Social Security is there regardless of what happens with the stock market.
Okay, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Thank fucking God, dude. This guy sucked.
Micah.
Hey, Micah.
Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
There's an idea that you have that basically government.
Yes, a new person. Okay, just making sure.
Can kind of fix all these problems, right? If you didn't save for retirement, well, then the government can just come in, swoop in, and save you from
Well, not
that.
swoop in. It starts on the literally.
Temu Vance, stop. His eyeliner game is way too weak to be Temu Vance.
The day you get your Social Security.
Sure. It swoops in once you retire, right? Once you can.
Well, you pay
once you
into
can,
it.
Right, exactly. And so you believe this idea basically that government is an effective organization, which it just time and time again, if you look at history, that's proven to not be true.
When you're hitting at retirement.
I'm sorry, what?
Once you can, right, exactly. And so you believe this idea basically that government is an effective organization, which it just time and time again, if you look at history, that's proven to not be true.
When you're hitting it,
Proven time and time again. Okay. Libertarian, I see. Asian wife, perhaps?
Retirement, you don't know. This is an insurance program. That's it. It's an insurance program, and it basically says you're insured against eating cat food when you're 65, and it works. It works.
No, it doesn't. You should have, well, one, you should have your own.
No, it doesn't. Excellent rebuttal.
Own personal.
How doesn't it work?
How doesn't it work?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we've already discussed the details of how it is just complete.
I'm so sorry for laughing like that. I actually accidentally mean girl laughed. We've already discussed the detail. It's been 10, you've been on camera for like 30 seconds. When did we discuss you? When the discussion was, I don't think the government works.
Completely failing as a program. Like,
well, how is it failing?
Because I'm not going to receive any Social Security
I've already
benefits.
told you right now.
I know. I'm not going to rehash out that debate.
Well,
the main
look at
issue.
the numbers. You've just been told this, and you know why you've been told it? It's because they want to raid it to give tax cuts to rich people. That's why.
So are you saying there are the Trump tax cuts were only for rich people? You're saying
no, I'm
people...
not saying they're only for rich people.
Oh, okay. Then how could
rich people
only...
benefited more from it than
they benefited like
people.
3 times more.
And
what do you mean benefited more from that? Because we already went over the percentage numbers, and we know that's not true.
They don't need the money as much, and they don't need it.
What are you talking about? These rich people are...
This guy literally fundamentally doesn't understand that $20 to different people is a different amount of money. $10,000 for some people is nothing. Like, there's a lot of people that like $10,000, like they have, you know, maybe $100,000 in their savings account after like 2-3 decades of working. Not even necessarily people who are very, very wealthy, but like there are a lot of Americans who have just been working for a long time where $10,000 is not that much. And there's a lot of people who $10,000 is literally life-changing. Again, I'm not even using literally in the Zoomer way. I'm using it in the original manner. Like, again, literally life-saving. Life-changing, not hyperbole. $10,000 for a millionaire, again, it's nothing. These people have never been on Spend Elon's Fortune, and it shows. Yeah. Wait, I don't even know if I've been. I used to be on the one that was like, was it Bill Gates's or something? This is hilarious. Spend his fortune. If Elon cashed out all his stocks and assets today, he would have approximately $354 billion. What would you spend it on? Let's get some AirPod Pros. Let's get a Nintendo Switch. You know what? Fuck it. Every console. Get the latest phone. You know what? Let's get the 2 latest phones. Fuck it. Let's get 2 laptops. I mean, I need a lot of Mac Studio M2 Ultra. Is this just an external hard drive, or is this a computer? I actually don't know. Let's get 5. A PC gaming. 5090. Well, I need 1 for streaming and 1 for my personal gaming and 1 for guests. Let's see. Oh, and then at least 1 travel laptop. Well, you know what? I need 1 for school too. I'm not really a big iPad person. You know what? Let's get a couple robot slaves. Yeah, why not? 1 for washing dishes, 1 for doing laundry, 1 for cooking, and, you know, 1 for something different, you know? Let's see. Opening a fast food franchise. Well, you know, I need to become Amaranth, so let's get 1 of those. Start your own startup. I don't really care about that. Spotify for 80 years. Well, I will be paying that, so let's see what that would look like anyways. The entire Steam library. I mean, you need that. Honestly, I need that for me and a couple friends. So let's grab a couple of those. Netflix doesn't matter. I don't care about getting a satellite. The entire production of NVIDIA GPUs for 2025. I got to mine the Bitcoin somehow. All right, let's get one of those. Influence one high-ranking politician. Let's do... You can see what I care about here. Let's just do all the senators, I guess. Okay. Private concert, don't care about that. Give $10,000 to 5,000 people. Well, at least everyone in this audience. So that's at least 2. But you know what? You guys deserve more than that. So let's get like, let's just max this one out too. Let's get like 50 of these. Okay, and then, oh, these TVs are actually dope. Let's get one of those. Sure, why not? Let me get a Cybertruck so I can vandalize it for content. 100 acres of land so I can start my commune or something. Epstein Island so I could do a really funny content meme where I bring Dr. Disrespect on and I tell him it's a new content deal and then I film him on it, but I put like, I Photoshop Epstein's Island on it as well and then he doesn't know and then I trick him. And I have enough money to afford the lawsuit, so it'll be really funny. I don't really care about all these things. I don't really care about this. Well, we need the Mona Lisa. I mean, come on. Be real. Yeah, I don't care about sports. Actually, I'll buy the NBA just to ruin it. I think that'd be funny. I would just like hire the stupidest, most, you know what? Actually, I would change the NBA to like put esports people in the fucking NBA because I think it'd be actually hilarious. Can you imagine a bunch of esports dweebs that are like, that could destroy you in bot lane, but then they have to fucking play basketball? That would be hilarious for me. I don't know about for anyone else, but it'd be funny for me. Okay, I don't really care about boats. I get motion sick. Oh, an LA mega mansion, right, because I got to become a socialist, a champagne socialist. So we need one of those. And then something to house all of my community members. So I don't know, like 500 of these. And then you guys can just like maintain it. I think that's fair. How many? 35 condos? Someone do some math for me really quickly. 35, 3,500. That would be 100. So yeah, 200 of these. Okay. Almost there. Perfect. Okay. And we spent $12 billion, which was only 3% of his money. I got enough stuff to house an entire community of people, to have a mega mansion that I would never use, to buy the NBA, to buy a private island just as a joke. Everything on Steam, everything I could ever want, and it's still like, this is a penny. Oh, and I also bought out like every senator. Sorry, right. I bought out one favor from every senator. I think you just bought one NBA team. Okay, well, it'd be a really funny NBA team, okay? Denims, it's 3 pennies. But why should we tax them more? It's just really mean. Why do you want to tax them more? It's so mean. They need that money. They need it. They need it so much. They need it just as much as we need our money.
Are the people that are investing in smaller businesses. These are the people that are giving other people jobs to allow them to provide for their...
Giving. My lord, thank you so much for the job. What can I do for you? Oh, so disgusting. Fucking cucked Americans. So gross. Get it off my screen.
Okay, pause. Pause.
What's up? Hey. Good to be back.
Nice to see you.
Okay, yeah, nice to see you too. I want to zoom out a little bit.
Okay.
So obviously you're pinpointing on
Okay, I trust in this guy. This guy seems like he could maybe have an actual argument.
Social Security, and there's a reason for that.
And healthcare too.
Oh, okay, but Social Security is the program that you're very concerned about, and that or like
Medicare, I'd love a Medicare for all program, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I think the reason you're focusing in on Social Security precisely is because Social Security is the most successful in a shadow of social welfare programs and government spending. That it's like the Democrats.
It's also the biggest bucket of money.
Sure, it is the biggest bucket, but the Democrats have these.
I like how he ignored the fact that it's one of the most it is maybe the best funded program that just coincidentally happens to work really well. Maybe it's because the things that are very well funded do better.
Social programs and this deficit spending, and it just never ends. It's never enough money. So you're focusing on Social Security because it is the one successful child, but you're ignoring all the social welfare state that we become.
Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid make up
the majority.
Over like a
right. So
70%
of our 70% of our federal spending is mandatory. And that, you're right. It's Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, interest on debt. 8% of we're paying for that. So the Democrats run on this. Essentially, they want a welfare state. So yes, Social Security might help a lot of people, but it's like we're closer to a welfare state than we've ever been. 38% of the GDP in the U.S. is government spending. That's the highest since World War II. So us conservatives, we're trying to tell you, like, you guys are fiscally really
so are
irresponsible.
You worried about the tax cuts and what that does to the debt and deficit?
The tax cuts increased revenue.
No.
Yes.
I want to tell you about Kansas.
Okay.
Tax cuts increased revenue.
Tell me about Kansas.
Sam Brown back in 2012 brought in Arthur Laffer. You know the Laffer curve, right? That's
Laffer curve, yeah.
The argument that if you cut taxes, you're going to get more revenue.
And that's exactly what happened.
Kansas.
No, that's exactly what happened
It
to TCJ.
destroyed Kansas. By 2016,
Let's
a
look at the
Republican
numbers.
legislature raised taxes again. They destroyed their education
Reality
system.
is against you, my friend.
Look up the Kansas.
The number.
Explains how this hasn't worked, and then this guy has the audacity to say reality isn't against you.
The numbers
During the Trump administration, they sent Sam Brown back. They made him the ambassador to faith because they didn't want this guy around because it was a disaster.
If you want to tax the rich, you should vote Republican because they pay more in taxes under Republican. It was the same as Reagan. It was the same as Trump.
Look at Kansas.
Look at the U.S. Look at the U.S. We have the numbers for this.
It was the perfect experiment.
Obama's best year, federal income revenue, is pales in comparison to Trump's worst year. Do you get what I'm saying? Does more taxes equate necessarily
Obama
equate to more revenue?
Yes.
No, that's where you're wrong. So if you look at TCJA, and I'll say the numbers again, the top 1% paid more into the system. GDP grew, wages grew 3% year over year under TCJA. So when you're
GDP is not a measure of the general well-being of Americans.
Hi, Kansan born and raised. Sam isn't missing here. Kansas goes red at the federal level, but big time blue at state level purely because of what Republicans did here.
GDP is also not tax revenue. It's just
you're saying tax the rich, like
it
sounds like you're actually a Republican. You just don't know it yet.
You're not.
This is the most cringe thing that I think people do when they're losing. It's like, you're actually just like me. You and I, we're not so different. It's like, no, actually, no, you're a fucking moron. Okay.
You're confusing causation with correlation because Obama's economic recovery was way too slow. And I agree with you on that.
Way too slow.
Way too slow.
When you have tons of stimulus, what you're doing is you're creating the Great Depression for the bottom 90%. All the assets inflate. So who does that benefit? Your policies benefit the 1%. No, inflation disproportionately benefits the 1%.
he keeps saying things that he thinks are accurate and they're not. He's just making shit up. Like,
It's an immoral tax on the poor.
No, listen,
and that's exactly what happens when they
COVID
stimulate.
inflation was not a function of monetary stimulus.
It absolutely was. They increased the money supply by $6 trillion,
No, I
man.
understand they did that. I understand they did that. And they could pull it back on taxes with the wealthy if they wanted to. You're making an argument for higher taxation.
Do you think taxing people makes the country wealthier? Is that what you think?
Does it make the country
Do taxes make us wealthy? Is that government increasing taxes? Are we now more wealthy? Do you think that the only way you get?
I mean, I think taxing the richest people in our country a lot more, yeah, that would make people wealthier. The more money that got funded into healthcare, for example, would be more money that you guys didn't have to pay into healthcare. That would make the majority of people more wealthy. Every government program that can effectively reduce personal spending in one sector or another sector means that's more money for you to keep in your pocket. That's literally how that works.
The only way you create wealth is by producing.
If you tax and spend, government stimulus can, yes, increase GDP, of course.
Is GDP wealth?
Is GDP wealth?
If we import 10 million immigrants and our GDP goes up, are we now wealthier? If the housing...
Wait, but you were literally quoting GDP as like a metric of Trump being better, huh? Now it's not?
Costs more? If CPI goes up because there's more people?
No, I understand. And inflation is under control, and we haven't pulled that money off the table.
Right, but I'm just saying that
inflation is back down because we had a problem.
The welfare state
logistics.
makes us all poorer. That's yes.
He's just kind of saying sentences. This guy. He's just saying random sentences and pretending like they're accurate. Like he's like locking in Spider-Man and saying, no, I'm a healer. And Sam Cedar's like, but you don't have any heals in your kit. And he's like, no, I'm a healer. Do you see my care? It's like, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you're fucking talking about. You're just saying things that are
don't let Denims forget she had hopes for this guy.
No, I'm sorry. He looked normal.
Yes, it does. And you can see
it doesn't.
Across history.
If you compare,
people want to come here for economic opportunity. We don't want handouts. We want opportunity. That's why, as an immigrant, that's why my family came here. We left the socialist paradise. It's garbage. The people that come here want economic opportunity.
Stop fucking nodding your head, you fucking troglodyte.
And you're stifling that.
You literally couldn't make a single argument. Oh,
you're undermining capitalism and the free markets with your utopian vision.
There is no
It'd be two dumb bitches telling each other exactly.
Well, there's not anymore.
No, there's never
but now
been
there
a free
used to be.
market. No.
That is what makes America the greatest. That's what makes the greatest. America is the greatest economy in the world because of the free market.
The greatest
free market capitalism is the most ethical and moral.
America had was when we had 90% tax.
That's not true. The numbers are against you.
1940, 1950, 1960, the highest top marginal tax rate was 90%.
So what happened in the 70s?
And when
Milton Friedman predicted stagflation in the 70s with your social welfare.
We had OPEC. We had
your welfare
oil shock that drove inflation way up, and that was a function of OPEC. But in the 1940s, 1950s, and 1960s,
Tyson bitch. He literally said, oh yeah, well, if you're so smart, what happened in the 70s? And he's like, OPEC. And now he's like, well, that doesn't prove anything. He did this to Sam. Okay, smart guy. Let's see you take a crack at it. And then Sam was like,
highest top marginal tax rate was 90%. We had wealth inequality shrink.
Post-World War II,
something called the Great Compression, and more people enjoyed.
Post-World War II Industrial Revolution. We were producing more than every other country. It's because we were producing more than every other country. That's what creates wealth.
And we were doing that with a 90% tax rate on the wealthiest individuals.
Which was less when Reagan came in and brought it down. The top 1% paid more. Can you believe that?
No.
Do you know that federal income tax? Wait.
When Reagan removed taxes on the wealthy, they paid more? When I turn on the light is off now. What the fuck are we talking about?
Oh, wait, you know federal
I
income
think
tax?
I think I'm gonna be honest. I think he's getting a little flustered because he's getting mogged hardcore, and so he's like misspeaking a lot, and he doesn't know what he's saying.
It was when it was established.
You're talking about the Laffer curve, and I'm telling you to go look at
here's my last
Kansas.
claim. When federal income tax in 1913, when it was established, was only targeted at the people making 100,000 and over. Now we don't even know, most people don't even know that. It's just a base tax. Why? Because the projections that they had of taxing the rich didn't work out like they thought. Because it doesn't work out. There's a you know federal income tax. It was when it was established.
You're talking about the Laffer curve, and I'm telling you to go look at
here's my last
Kansas.
claim. When federal income tax in 1913, when it was established, was only targeted at the people making 100,000 and over. Now we don't even know, most people don't even know that. It's just a base tax. Why? Because the
What?
Now we don't even when it was established was only targeted at the people making 100,000 and over. Now we don't even know, most people don't even know that. It's just a base tax. Why? Because the projections that they had of taxing the rich didn't work out like they thought. Because it doesn't work out. There's a ton of loopholes. The rich are smart. Like the rich people are smart. So focus on producing.
Sorry, I think I need to throw up. He said the rich are smart. Oh, that's so disgusting. Oh my God. Sorry, that's just I can't. There's a certain level of deep throating of boot that's just like is just really gross to me. Oh God, sorry.
Marginal rate still produced an effective tax rate that is
Also, sorry, what a dumb argument. Yeah, well, when they did this policy 100 years ago, they didn't consider this. Yes, that's how time works. That's how thinking works. You can't predict literally everything. I don't think that the founding fathers, when they wrote the Second Amendment, thought about half the weapons we have now. Has anyone seen the fully auto silenced or suppressed fucking Glock video? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I think finding this will be a little bit hard. Suppress Glock auto. Found it. I'm going to be honest. I don't think that the founding fathers anticipated these type of guns when they thought about the Second Amendment.
Suppressed Glock 44 full auto. Oh my God.
Which, as a red-blooded American, fucking cool, by the way. Fucking cool. It's just one of those things that should be regulated. I see no problem with going to a range and having fun with this, but maybe these shouldn't be easily accessible. Really dope, but like again, I just think that they should be legislated. I think that we need waiting periods. We need, like registration in every state. We need like no face-to-face interaction. Again, is it so much to ask that we can have fun, cool things, but like actually force people to take a lot of gun safety lessons and like get an actual get registered as firearm owners and waste of money and ammo. Yeah, this guy goes to the movies and says, waste of money and time. I can open a video game and shoot a gun. Okay. Actually, I can watch movies on my computer at home. All right. Yes. People spend money on hobbies they like. Yeah. Anyways, here's the link to it if anyone thinks it's kind of cool. TLDR, yeah, policies that we put into place centuries ago maybe aren't still valid today. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here?
What it is today, 50% effective tax rate.
Does not create more wealth.
Yes.
More taxes
well,
do not
I don't know what you mean by wealth. I mean,
wealth is very simple. It's production of goods and services.
More
That's what wealth
taxes.
is.
That's not what wealth is. Production of goods and services is absolutely not what wealth is. What?
That's
more
what creates
taxes.
wealth. Money, people think money is
more
wealth.
taxes
Money buys wealth.
creates
Money
less wealth inequality.
You don't
and then-
use money to buy wealth.
Then you have wealth that is shared by more people rather than being in the hands
Open the schools.
of a plutocracy or plutonomy. And then you
shouldn't-
get stuff like an oligarchy.
We've
like
seen
we
what
have
happens
today.
when you punish your top producers over.
Punish. Oh. Why won't someone think of me? What if you wanted to go to space 500 times this year? And you can only go 400 times instead. Ugh. I hate everything you stand for. Ugh.
Over and over again, they leave, they stop producing, the
Lord
government,
play.
Capital flight's a myth.
No, it isn't. You cripple the economy. Guess what happens next?
Wait. When did this happen in the country? When we had a 90%
It happens in
tax
every
rate,
socialist
did
country.
people-
This is the socialist playbook.
This is
They're like,
not
they
a-
come in and they're like, guys.
This is not a socialist country, and I'm not calling for socialism to have higher tax
It
rates.
is more socialist.
Me looking at Social Security currently in place in America. You socialists are trying to come in here and make it a socialist country. Like, it's the Richard Wolff quote. Socialism is when the government does stuff, and when the government does a lot of stuff, it's communism. This is genuinely what these people think. Yeah, what do you do? How do you explain to someone that any of these concepts, there's just so much that they're wrong about?
Than ever before.
No,
we have
it's
more
not.
social welfare spending.
No.
GDP, I'll say it again, 38% of government spending, of GDP is government spending. We have more social welfare programs. And look at what happens, but how come we have all these programs and the black community is still living in poverty?
What programs are you talking about that are geared towards the black community? We, during in 2021,
What do you mean, what programs?
we expended, hold on, in 2021.
What do you mean, what program? How much money is enough? When is it enough?
I'm sorry, wait, what? In 2024, the U.S. government spending was estimated to be 38% of the GDP. However, welfare only accounts for about 7% of government spending.
And the black community is still living in poverty.
What programs are you talking about that are geared towards the black community?
This is, by the way, the same logic as like, I worked out 2 days now, and I still don't have abs. You have 20% body fat, and you're upset that doing very little hasn't gotten you immediate results? You blow in from Stupid Town? Guys, I'm very serious when I say this. We should be very grateful as a nation that Black Americans have not asked for more, demanded more, and spent the entirety of the past century, or 50 years even, destroying our country. For what? The amount of discrimination and the amount of wealth hoarding and the amount of abuse, financial abuse by our government that has been, or even like economic or like anything from redlining all the way to like just on a person-to-person level discrimination. Sorry, when I say demand more, I mean like literally showing up to government buildings or police precincts and like picket fence all day, all night, or more. Like we should all consider ourselves unbelievably lucky that we get to not have to see what should be happening in this country. For the amount of abuse that we have levied at Black Americans. I mean, it's also not necessarily luck. It's diligent efforts from the FBI. Yeah. You can't undo centuries of racist policy in a couple of weeks over one executive order. You can't undo decades of redlining and underfunding schools and underfunding hospitals in neighborhoods that desperately need these hospitals, or any type of government-based programs that are consistently underfunded in Black communities. You can't just do that for literally centuries and then pretend like, well, we did one executive order and they're still poor. What the fuck? We've already tried hard enough. That's not how that works. You're not going to fix decades of a lack of generational wealth being built with like 1 year of good policy. It's just disgusting, dude. I this is something that pissed me off.
We during in 2021,
What do you mean, what programs?
we expended. Hold on. In 2021.
What do you mean? What program? How much money is enough? When is it enough? You have the richest country in the world.
We offered $300.
The way you guys think is just insane to me. Like
in 20.
This guy has to be a crypto bro. He has to be.
In 2021, we extended the child tax credit, which is basically a payment, $300 per social welfare.
Yes.
We cut child poverty in 1 year by 45%. By 45%, but because no Republican would join the
child poverty in 2021 fell to 5.2%, the lowest rate on record. According to Census Bureau measures, the child poverty rate was cut almost in half from the previous year's rate of 9.7%.
Democrats and Kristen Sinema and Joe Manchin voted against this provision in Build Back. I'm talking 2021.
Dude, how demonic do you have to be like, well, I don't care about child poverty?
From 2021 to 2022, we cut child poverty in this country by 45%. Look it up.
I feel like when I look at it,
I guarantee you, I will give you my phone number. You call me, and if I was wrong.
All right, we'll call.
I'll do it off camera. And you will see that we cut child poverty in a year by 45%.
I'll look into your claim.
All right, guys.
All right. Anyway, we'll talk after.
My next claim is Trump's policies make the rich richer and the working class poorer.
Dude, I love Sam Seder. I love Sam Seder so much, dude. All right, what is a Trump policy? Okay. Oh my God, damn. Jesus.
Hey,
Hunter Howard, nice to meet you.
Hello, sir. Wearing a suit. Sorry. Khaki pants, button up, tie. It's giving Nazi.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, so do you mind if I ask what policies in specific are you referencing to?
Tax cuts for the rich. I think his idea of tariff.
Giving Groyper. He's about to debate the Target shift manager. Shut the fuck up.
On countries and the way that he's talking about will make people poorer. I think all of the work that they're doing in terms of attacking the government agencies will make people poorer. Because, when you get agencies that are supposed to protect us from corporate interests, they will externalize their costs, those corporations, instead of actually assuming themselves. So they're
TLDR chat. Sam Seder is saying trickle down economics doesn't work. If you make the richest people rich, if you make the richest people richer and make it easier for them to get richer, that wealth will never trickle down, ever.
Profits are made on the backs of all of us, whether it's our health, our protection from consumer rights, worker rights. His anti-union policies will make us poorer.
So real quick, I'm going to touch on one of the things that you said. Now, there was a lot to unpack there, but
there's a lot of policies.
We'll start at the very beginning. You talked about taxes. Let's talk about, in his first term, the Tax Cut and Jobs Act of 2017. There are a couple things in that specific policy that actually do benefit the middle class and the lower class more than the top 1%. So you mentioned taxes, right? But in that, from the IRS data that came out, the middle class and lower class got affected. I think they ended up saving like 3 to 4% on their taxes, on their tax cuts, whereas the billionaires only saved 2%. So if we're talking an actual dollar amount, sure, the billionaires saved more, but they also make a lot more, right? Also, the billionaires
Lower class. Yeah, I think this is a groiper, guys.
don't really care about an extra grand or two.
Fact check, Americans making $50,000 to $100,000 saw their average federal tax liability drop by 13% from 2017 to 2018, while Americans making more than $1 million saw a 6% drop. Okay.
In that specific policy, the child tax credit doubled from $1,000 per household to $2,000. No billionaire cares about an extra grand in their pocket, but I can guarantee you the working class does. So how would
2017 Act, Tax Cuts and Jobs Act did double the child tax credit from $2,000 to $1,000.
you rebuttal that?
I would say in terms of the taxes themselves, well, the policies that Trump wants to pursue this time are to expand those taxes for wealthy folks. And over time, what starts
And
happening...
this is the first person they've brought on that isn't a total fucking moron. Holy shit, dude.
Is you have this wealth disparity, and as the wealth disparity increases, it becomes harder for working people essentially to keep up. Things become more expensive. You get inflationary pressures when you have people with more money. We have more and more billionaires than we did 4 years ago. And a large part of that was obviously COVID, but a large part of it is also
on salmon during this for the greater good.
For real, dude. Kaizoku, thank you for the 8 months. Movieator, I don't know if I said thank you, but thank you for the 5 gift subs. Matt, thank you. Busy, thank you. Wed, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Again, sorry if I missed this. Juliet, thank you. And Diza, thank you. Mapio, Cinnamon, Tough Man, Groovy. Thank you guys so much for the subbies. Okay, 1 second. Let's keep going.
money starts to accelerate. Once you, like you say, when a millionaire gets a tax cut for a couple of grand or 60 grand or $500,000 at the end of the day, they end up investing that and ends up growing because they're not out there working for their money. Their money is just is doing all the work.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I think we can agree with you on that when it comes to, you know, billionaires and millionaires and there being a wealth gap in our country, right? I don't think Republicans or liberals would disagree on that, but I think where we will fundamentally disagree is under Trump, right, the stats show that take-home pay was higher for the middle class and the lower class. Inflation was down. They weren't paying as much on taxes.
Inflation was down, but wage growth was actually greater during the Biden administration.
Well, that's because due to COVID, when a lot of people lost jobs.
No. I mean, I'm talking in percentage comparison between those 4 years and these past 4 years, wage growth grew, not from as a baseline on 2020, but I'm talking as a baseline from 2016.
Interesting. Okay, well then another point that I want to talk on with you.
Interesting.
Real quick, is you talked about slashing government rate.
At least he's not fighting him and saying, that's not true, that's not true, that's not true. At least he's not doing that, right? But chat, if you learn anything from this, it's that you can look very respectful if you don't fucking be an annoying douchebag, okay? Like, do you see how quickly he was able to gloss over that and move on to the next point? Like, this is fucking, this is what it's, social skills, chat, social skills. It's way more cringe to sit there and be like, oh no, that's not true, that's not true, that's not true, literally, that's not true.
Agencies, for instance, the Department of Government Efficiency. I'm sure you've heard about that a lot in the news.
That's not a government agency. That's just some committee.
It actually an executive order was signed to make DOGE an official government agency as of less than a week ago. So yeah, It is an official government agency. So obviously,
DOGE is not a full government agency. President Trump reorganized an existing group within the executive office of the president to form DOGE, which has members working with agency heads. Okay.
Talking about money.
First good. I was going to say, from my understanding, it's not a government agency, but this is the first good fact check, I think.
We want them to be able to afford to raise a family, right? As a young man myself, I want to be able to grow up in America and be able to afford food one day, right? I mean, I can't now, but continue that. And at the way things are going.
Grow up.
It's unsustainable for people on the left, people on the right, people in the middle. So we have to come to a common ground on how to fix that.
How old is he?
What's unsustainable? The fact that cost of living is increasing year after year.
What does DOGE do to inhibit cost of living?
Yeah, absolutely. So what DOGE is going to do, the Department of Government Efficiency, is slash
we all know what DOGE stands for.
a lot of the federal spending, right? So what happens when the feds...
What spending is going to get cut?
So I'm getting there. 1 second, sir. So what's going to happen is the Department of Government Efficiency is going to slash a lot of federal spending. What happens is
this guy watches Lex Friedman. You're totally right. Zach, you're totally right. This guy watches Lex Friedman.
Government.
I like how you can tell when someone gets on based on their habits who they watch.
Democrats alike spend a bunch of money that, excuse my language, but it's nonsense, right? They spend it out here, they spend it out there.
Be more specific. Here or there. Are you talking about cutting
for example,
defense?
Yes, needle him. Yes.
We're not going to cut defense.
Blood,
for example,
blood. I'm joking, Twitch. That was just a joke. I was talking about needling him in a conversation. Okay, just not literally. I was excited for Sam Seder to call him out and ask for specifics.
Oh, no. Let me finish.
Okay,
$175 billion to Ukraine, first and foremost. That was a bunch of nonsense. So we're going to talk about that, but we also have a bunch of other things.
Why do they keep cutting to these fucking... Dude, I just realized this guy's kind of giving a little bit of blobfish.
Defense Department, as well as a bunch of DEI departments.
Well, they're not touching... First of all, there are no DEI departments.
That's completely false.
Listen. Defense spending is not going to be touched by DOGE. And when you talk about the government, what's the biggest expenditure government has?
Our military and Social Security are our top two.
And Medicare and Medicaid, right?
Pentagon is looking for $50 billion in budget cuts for next year, or roughly 8% of its budget. Defense Department is also cutting 5 to 8% of its workforce. Wait, looking for budget cuts. Didn't the Pentagon literally just recently get approved for... how much was it? Yeah, they literally just got approved for an extra $100 billion. There was no cut there. They just got approved for $800 billion. The Pentagon budget for 2025 is about $850 billion. They proposed the cuts, but this is the only article I could find on it. He also promised to increase military budget by $100 billion. Pentagon proposes $50 billion annual cuts and identifies priorities to expand. Proposal comes as members, blah, 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 DOGE. But again, this is from February 2025. And I'm pretty sure most recently they approved more spending, not less spending. Oh, excellent. Yeah, this House unveils budget plan with $100 billion boost for defense. Huh? By the way, the fact check site is linked to Heritage Foundation. Is that true? Can someone... Do I have to do this? San.com. I'll press play while I look into this.
They're not going to touch the military. Are they going to cut Social Security?
You're asking me like I'm part of DOGE.
No. Well, you're telling me that DOGE...
Why did he suddenly get so aggro? You're defending DOGE. You're claiming to know a lot about DOGE. He's asking a simple question.
Going to help everybody here. And I'm telling you, if they cut Social Security, everybody in here is going to get hit. Because these folks are going to have to pay for their parents because Social Security keeps 2/3 of our elderly out of poverty. So tell me what they're going to cut that's going to make it easier for Americans.
I already did.
What?
I told you the $175 billion that we've sent to Ukraine. We're no longer going to
be... So he's going to...
So Donald Trump has signed an executive order.
You've been voted out by the majority.
Thank you, sir.
Damn, they voted out the first guy that, like... wasn't immediately screaming over him. That's fucked up.
Because Social Security keeps 2/3 of our elderly out of poverty. So tell me what they're going to cut that's going to make it easier for Americans.
I already did.
What?
I told you the $175 billion that we've sent to Ukraine. We're no longer going to
So he's going to...
so Donald...
That instantly made people mad. See, this is the problem, by the way, again, with conservative talking points. They like to talk in big ideas, but not actual specifics, because the actual specifics are terrible. Also, the $175 billion was already spent, though, wasn't it? This was I could be mistaken on specifically Ukraine, but from my understanding, Doge has now made the mistake multiple times of listing savings as having been acquired, that we prevented certain amounts of spending, when in reality, all of those were packages that were already approved and cashed out, basically. Also, the other problem with the Ukraine stuff is that, or like the Ukraine funding, is that a lot of the stuff that we're giving them are like old military like equipment. It is valued at X amount of money, but it's equipment that we don't use. It's like we're, for lack of better words, we're sending them our trash. We send all the good shit to Israel. All the good shit that we make, we send it to Israel so that they can snipe children. Ukraine, we're kind of just peddling them our old garbage. That's my understanding. If someone has like facts or whatever that disprove any of this, please link it. I'd love to learn more or whatever. But that's the gist of my understanding right now. Now, we also send Ukraine, I don't know if we're still doing it, but at least for a very long time, I'm pretty sure we're also sending them food, other medical supplies, etc. But in terms of military equipment, which makes up a lot of the monetary value, again, it's our old trash. It's the hand-me-downs, yeah.
Donald Trump has signed an executive order.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please
Thank you, sir.
I can't believe they voted out the one guy that like actually made any sense. I guess because they got mad that he wasn't talking over him. Damn. Whoa, people were excited for this one. No. Is this the same guy? No.
Okay, so
This guy so far was the most annoying.
why did we see a higher increase in the top 1% paying as part of federal income revenue under TCJA?
Why did we see a higher increase in the...
So under TCJA, it was passed 2017. It was effective 2018. 2018 and onward, we
At
actually
Denims, the rush to the chair is staged. Oh, man.
saw the top 1% pay more. They had more of the federal income tax burden. They paid 45% as opposed to Obama. During Obama's tax plan, they only paid about 40 to 42% of the federal
Because they got more money.
Right, okay, so they got more money.
They got richer.
But why are they paying, and why did they get richer? So this goes on inflation that...
I mean, that's my point, is the rich are getting richer.
Right, but why would you say that they're getting richer? But you mentioned inflation?
No, they're not.
Get off the stage! Boo, this guy stinks! You mentioned the rich getting richer, but this is about the rich getting richer? What did you mean by that?
Well, I mean, I think that the inflation, to the extent that there was money that wasn't a function of like logistics and other problems that we had during COVID, yeah, the rich got richer. Not all inflation is a function of monetary inflation.
That's true, but when we look at COVID and we can see that they increased the money supply by 40%, they added $6 trillion, and you have a Federal Reserve System that's doing quantitative easing and pumping stimulus into the economy, you can attribute that.
Oh, who learned some big words? Oh, earthquake? There was an earthquake.
To left-wing policy. The entire Federal Reserve System is Keynesian economics. Those are very left-wing.
Well, I can tell you this: inflation went up in Western European countries the same
that
rates that
had
it
the
did.
stimulus, that had stimulus.
No, they didn't have the same level of stimulus that we did. No, they did.
They absolutely did.
They did.
You can look at Japan. Yeah, I hear this topic all the time from the Democrats. They say, oh, inflation was global. Not true. China never went above 3% inflation during all of COVID. And they were actually, they were under deflationary pressures. Japan, which is part of the G7, was also...
This is not true. This is literally not true.
Never had deflationary pressures. They never had inflation.
Also, like, dude, you're like, this is the same guy that said my family escaped the communist socialist country. And then the first thing you're going to do is point out how amazing China is. Like, oh my God. You missed the fact check because they showed it for less than a second. I saw it and it was like some chat GPT ass garbage. So I didn't bother reading it.
The only countries that had
I'm talking
inflation
in Western Europe, you
Like
could
what
see
country?
inflation.
Also, I just feel like it's important to know the reasons why, to explain why I'm saying that he's lying or why he's saying nonsense and garbage. First of all, global markets are a thing. Global supply chains are a thing. Even things that you think wouldn't be necessarily affected by global markets are still affected. If production of one thing stops or it slows in one country, every country that relies on importing that particular raw resource or good is now being impacted. Supply chains were globally fucked. Some countries worse than others. America was very fucked, especially because we import so much, because we're such a world power, because countries love to sell to us. But countries across the board were absolutely impacted by global supply chains being fucked. Second, if you're going to look at China and say, well, China wasn't as impacted, maybe that's because they took fucking COVID seriously, unlike us. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's just like one idea, one concept. It's not. To assume, oh, it must have been obviously all Biden's fault or all Trump's fault or anyone's fault is just so bizarre on the concept of just this was because our economic policy was bad. No, it's because our life-saving medicine prescriptions were bad. Prescriptions, not literally like prescription drugs, but prescriptions for a problem. Instead of treating it seriously and taking it seriously and convincing people, no, we should mask up, no, we should vaccinate. We had insane people saying vaccines don't work, saying masks don't work. Like, you don't think that had an impact at all? You don't think the millions of people that didn't need to die that died had no impact at all? This guy's clueless. Somehow these guys are 100% more brain broken. I mean, there's a bunch of people in here that are way worse off. Exactly a couple of reasons. One, people saved money during the lockdown and spent it after the lockdowns were over. Two, sanctions against Russian energy. Nothing to do with the stimulus. I mean, the stimulus played a factor. The thing is, you can't ignore all of the other things that were happening at the same time and be like, this is all the stimulus's fault.
Well, you could, England, Germany, Italy, France. They didn't stimulate as much as we did. It wasn't monetary inflation. If you look at the cost of goods and logistics that screwed up because of COVID.
So let's look at the reason. All international trade, because we're the world reserve currency, is done in U.S. dollars. Because we experience it, domestic inflation was high.
So you're saying our inflation caused higher inflation in Europe?
Absolutely, because
that's
trade,
not what economists say.
Well, you can look at the facts. International trade is we have dollar-denominated international trade. All international trade is that's why we're the world reserve currency. You guys claim that the U.S. recovered faster than anybody else. It's like, well,
it did.
It's because we have a privilege of being the world reserve currency, and we export our inflation. Like the strength.
We export our inflation.
Yeah, and let me explain that. Let me explain that the U.S. dollar
champagne cyclist, thanks.
Is the most safe asset in the world. In times of great crisis and great volatility, like COVID crisis, everybody turns to the dollar.
Sure.
Many currencies.
Breathe, son. Breathe. Calm down, son. You'll get to finish your point. Also, like, this guy really pisses me off. This guy's my least favorite guy here so far. Because he just yaps and yaps and yaps. And he doesn't even know what he's saying half the time. He doesn't even know the points that he's making half the time. but he's so certain about it. And he's pretending like he knows anything about like the economy when he's taken like one Eco 101 class ever. Oh, God. Hi, Vio. Oh, God. Well, the Nazi at least is funny to make fun of, right? This one's just like offensive. Ugh.
These are tied to the dollar. So it's like when you...
The euro's not tied to the dollar.
The euro is not, but international
Okay.
trade. So if the euro actually crashed against the dollar during COVID.
Every time I leave the room to do a chore, I come back to this idiot in a hoodie. Sorry, Crutch. Also, thank you, Anon, for the 10 gift subs. I'm so sorry I didn't see this until now. Thank you, Zephyr, Lonely. Thank you, guys. RK Monkey, Sean. Thank you, guys.
The euro used to be above the dollar.
I'm unclear what your point.
My point is that the inflation is caused by left-wing policies, and
so inflation.
I'm gonna go pee. All right, I can't. I can't. Garganimal, thank you for the 10 gift subs.
Was caused by, you're saying,
supply shock and pumping trillions of dollars into the economy.
First of all, you understand that the Federal Reserve is not part of Biden. Didn't have control of the Federal Reserve.
Absolutely not. But the entire Federal Reserve System is left-wing in economic theory. That's the Keynesian economics. It's interventionist economics. So
you're saying that the
more you stimulate,
easing,
the more you stimulate. Yeah.
Why didn't we get it through QE?
We do get it through
Why
QE.
didn't we get inflation during the Obama years?
We did get inflation.
We didn't get
the wealth gap that you guys attribute.
Wait.
We absolutely did.
What numbers were inflation did we get during the Obama years that were outside of like the 2% sort of Fed target?
I don't think it was as high as COVID. COVID hit as high as 9%.
No, it wasn't even remotely
right,
close.
But when we look at the effects of compounding inflation.
QE 1, 2, and 3 all happened during the Obama years. If your theory was correct, we would have had rampant inflation. In fact, Glenn Beck was talking about how we were going to turn into Weimar Germany, and none of that happened.
Here's the factors you're missing.
None of it.
Here's the factors you're missing.
So if you look at what's happening at Western Europe, well, no, listen.
We didn't close down the economy. The Biden administration closed down the economy.
I understand.
No, that was not the entire world.
Excuse me, the Biden administration?
Yes, they forced mask mandates. They supported Democrats.
Wait.
They supported Democrat states.
Do you not remember who was president in the first year of COVID?
What? Yeah, it was Trump. I'm not.
Right.
So I'm not saying Trump had a role in this, but I'm saying.
Well, wait a second. By the time in 2021, the economy was opening back up.
Yes, the economy.
All of what you're talking about.
No thanks to the Democrats.
Well, okay,
the Democrats wanted to keep it closed.
Okay. Okay, you can talk about hypothetically what the Democrats want, but
it's not hypothetically. We can look at mass. We can look at their mandates. We can look at them closing down.
The economy closed down in 2020, March of 2020.
Well, okay, sure.
Donald Trump was president.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Well, okay, sure.
Donald Trump was president.
Sorry, I'm back. Actually, I had to pee really badly. I saw that they kicked him out. My headphones, my earbuds literally died the second they kicked him out. Battery low. Fuck. Can you guess which socialist country his parents escaped? I don't know. Fucking was it Cuba? Fucking, I don't know.
President.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return.
Wait.
Okay. Down in
hypothetically, we can look at mass.
It's Venezuela. Stop. It can't be Venezuela. Stop.
We can look at their mandates. We can look at them closing down.
The economy closed down in 2020, March of 2020.
Well, okay, sure.
Donald Trump was president.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Does someone have a source on where he was actually from? Or where his parents immigrated from? Only anchors close.
How's it going, sir?
Good. How you
Ryan.
doing, Sam?
Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
When you're talking about like inflation,
It looks worse. Closer up.
in 2021, Janet Yellen said it would be transitory, and then again in 2022 she said it would be transitory, and it turned out to not be transitory.
It's the haircut that's like sending me. The haircut juxtaposed. Ugh. Making him look like a 40-year-old baby. Oh. Jebediah looking ass. Fuck, dude.
Transitory. And then one major thing happened in 2022. I think we all know what that was. That was the war in Ukraine. And I believe and I can explain that the war in Ukraine was explicitly caused by Joe Biden's bad foreign policy, and that shot inflation up from, like, there was already pretty bad inflation in early 2022 and in late 2021, but it shot it up from the low kind of margins in like 3 or 4% all the way to 9% in 2022 of July at the peak.
Inflation is now down around 2%, around where, you know.
Yeah, in between 2.5
yeah,
and 6.
where they're looking to get it. And we have really close to record unemployment that we've had over the past 4 years. But how does this have to do with Trump's policies not making the richer richer and the rest of us poor?
Okay, so what I was just explaining with, I was going to get into oil prices. So oil prices skyrocketed in 2022.
Wait, but you were talking about inflation. You know, I was about to say maybe he'll bring it back, but considering the track record, I don't think we're bringing it back. Biggest exception for beards make you look older. Dude still looks 12, which is gross. I didn't know what you meant by the beard, no mustache combo, but I do now. It's just not good. It's just not good, dude. It's not good. It's just not good, dude.
Because in 2021, when Biden got into office, he shut down our Keystone pipeline, shut down all new oil and gas leases in America. Then he took the sanctions off. We
are producing right now more oil in this country than we ever have in the history of any country everywhere.
Yeah, I know.
On top of the fact that Biden is credited by oil traders, and this isn't something that I, am terribly excited about.
What did he just do on the East Coast?
Apparently,
What did he just sign?
what Biden did during the past 4 years.
This is the thing that, by the way, people get the most. This is the thing that I get the most confused about. Why are there so many people who think that Trump is going to fix the oil in America and we're going to drill, baby, drill, as if, again, Biden didn't literally do that. Suffix, thank you for the prime. That's why I couldn't go on a show like this. Guys just yapping and making 5 different points that he saw on a podcast. Well, it's like, this is what people talk about when they talk about media training or media literacy. You watch like a TikTok or you watch like a podcast or you watch a YouTube video and they're presenting it in such a skewed way because they're pushing propaganda like Tim Pool. And then you feel like you're like woke. You're like, oh, dude, I get it now. It all makes sense now. But the second you actually have to put any of those facts to the test, you quickly realize, wait, none of these are as strong as I thought that they were. I'll switch to the next one. Charlie Kirk, yeah.
Is he used the strategic oil reserve to drive down oil prices and essentially broke and it's filled back up. And he filled it back up and he broke the negotiating power and the price setting power by oil countries across the world. Really, I mean, oil traders hail him for doing this, and frankly, I don't think it's that impressive. But let's talk about what Trump's policies are.
We only have a little bit of time left, but I was getting to that. So oil prices in 2021, Biden took all the sanctions off of.
You know what? Credit to this guy. At least he's being respectful.
The pipeline in Russia, and then the pipeline in Russia ran straight through Ukraine originally, and he knew that if he invaded Ukraine, Ukraine would destroy the pipeline, and his economic success would be destroyed in Russia. And then when the sanctions,
Biden or Putin knew. Podcaster or misinformer give it to them, which just makes them look stupid copy pasting their opinions.
Mm-hmm. What is he talking about?
That would occur in Russia if the sanctions were taken off of that pipeline. And Biden took all the sanctions off of Nord Stream 2 in Russia, like the second week he was in office. And then a year later, Putin invades Ukraine. Sanctions happen all over the world, and inflation rises within 6 months all the way up to 9%. Trump is going to do great things with oil and let us drill, and what that actually does for.
What? What does any of that have to do with Trump saying we're going to drill, baby, drill? Well, you didn't even address the fact that Biden drilled more than it. We're going to do great things. We're going to do great things.
We are producing more oil in this country than any country in the history of the world.
What executive order did Biden just sign to have to do with offshore drilling in the East Coast?
He stopped it.
Yeah. really dumb idea. We're about to begin a new.
Well, so you want to go beyond even the record-breaking thing?
Yes, I want to become energy independent. And that lowers inflation.
We're going to sell this oil. We don't use the oil. We sell it. We sell
getting money in the pockets of American citizens.
We sell it. Well, how is that oil getting to the pocket of American citizens?
Because when you lower the prices of oil, that lowers the prices of all products.
I understand that the inflationary prices effect of energy.
Which I'm just going to talk about this for 1 second because I don't want to get too sidetracked. But there's a very good video from Second Thought on oil prices and how oil prices are not set by supply and demand in the same way that other markets are set by supply and demand. The price of oil is set by perceived demand. I mean, it's set by OPEC, but it's set by the perceived demand, which is why getting in wars is very good for oil companies.
But the fact of the matter is,
because oil production, for the past, I would say it was like 40 or 50 years, hasn't actually been associated with lower prices. Wars have been. Perception of whether or not we will have oil has been. It's like diamonds, very similar.
They're just going to sell it.
Yeah, we're
going to sell it.
Yeah, so we're going to.
You want to produce even more oil than we are now.
Yes.
And you don't think climate change is going to impact? No. You don't believe in climate change?
Well, that's a whole nother discussion, but no.
Well, I mean, it's sort of the same discussion.
Yeah, no, I believe that climate change is, well, there's obviously an element of climate change that is partially true, but lowering or
Which part of it?
Raising man-made raising temperatures by 1 to 2 degrees Celsius in the next 150 years isn't necessarily a detriment to society. Human beings
Yeah, for sure. Flood all of our coastal cities. That's fine. Flood them. Jarvis, flood the coastal cities.
Think so?
No, human beings are very good at innovation, and we can build seawalls, and we can create carbon technology.
What kind of seawall are you going to build for Miami? What are you going to do about
What are you going to do about it, Gemini? What are you going to do?
I'm talking about the economy right now, which if we get back on topic.
All right, guys. Sorry.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Also, in the next 150 years, LMAO, he's off by an order of magnitude. Yeah, it's not the next 150 years. It's closer to like the next 50 years. Even less than that? Yeah, I was being conservative with the years. 150 years. But this is conservative talking points. This is how conservative talking points work. This is what he heard somebody else say. Why? Because when you present climate change as being something that's not going to impact you, you're not going to be alive for 150 years, probably. It's a lot easier to not care about it. It's like, no, we're going to solve it. We'll solve the problem later. It's like procrastinating, dude. It's me when I have to write my essay and I'm like, I'm sure suddenly, out of nowhere, I'll develop the motivation to write the paper the day before. No, you won't, bitch. Work on it now. It's the same thing. You offload the task to a later generation, pretend like it's not going to impact you guys. Why? So you can get people to vote for you so that we can drill, baby, drill.
All right, time's up. I'll let you go
no problem.
longer.
Oh. Sam will now, whoa, they're changing it up a little. Sam will now choose a conservative to debate for 10 minutes on a claim of their choosing. Ooh, who is it? Sorry, I can't resist. I took a little peek.
I choose Ben because he let me lecture him about Social Security.
I do think this was one of the most productive-ish people to talk to because he knows the least, but he's also not insufferably. As long as it wasn't that one guy, Jorge, I think was his name. This guy was so annoying. Oh my, this Whoville-looking fucker. That guy was so annoying. Okay, back to video.
My claim is that abortion is immoral and should not be legal.
Yeah, I disagree largely because I think the primary rights that we have under a society should belong to the person, and I don't believe a fetus is a person.
Okay, okay, so that's very interesting. You don't believe the fetus is a person?
This is the best defense, by the way. This is the best starting point. Because then this other person has to defend that a clump of cells is a person, which is very difficult.
When do you think that it gains personhood, in your opinion? Would you agree it's a human life, at least?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I mean, yes, I think largely, I think that claim is largely like, it's not relevant to the way that I think about it. I think about it in terms of personhood. I mean, I think life exists all around us. And
not human, I mean, human life, but not like, there's not human life in a tree.
A lot of other people also said it, but yeah, I think you should classify not human life, sorry. You should classify personhood at birth.
Right, correct.
So it's human life.
It's human life.
But it's not a person?
It's not a person.
At which point does it gain personhood and gain the value of being a human?
Well, I think it becomes a person when it's born.
Why? So 5 seconds prior, it's not born yet, not person. 5 seconds after exits the birth canal, person. Is there a magical quality to the birth canal? What is that?
The person becomes separate from the host that has been that it's been growing inside.
Okay, so would you assign that to other human beings that are attached to things? Like, for instance, if I'm attached to a machine, am I a machine now? Am I part of that machine, or am I still a human life? I just
Oh, he thinks he's eating. Oh, no. This question isn't complicated when you're talking about an inanimate object, you idiot. This conversation is only complicated when we're talking about two living beings.
just need support in order to stay alive.
If you've never been born...
You don't have to ask for consent from the machine. It's a machine.
And you're growing in, let's say, a test tube, for instance.
Like, at least bring up the violinist example. Come on.
Then yes, I would argue you're not a person yet.
Okay, so then, but it's not really the disconnected part. It's the being born part.
Well, being born means being disconnected from your mother.
Okay, so you're specifically aligning having the quality of being birthed as what makes someone a person.
Person within the context of our society and civilization.
So just in our society, you wouldn't say that objectively that's a person. You would say that we just decide that it's a person because it's birth.
Yeah, rights we give to persons. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess that's an interesting kind of definition of what human life and specifically personhood
well, no,
is.
I don't. I'm conceding that it's human life, but that you're not a person until you're born, and you do not have the same rights that we would give. Look,
I mean, this is sort of the same way of saying you can concede that self-defense is still manslaughter. You did kill a person. It's just not fair to punish that person. It's just not within the context of our laws and how you build a society with laws, it's not fair to punish that person. In the same vein here, yeah, you can concede that human life begins at maybe the first heartbeat or whatever. And it's obviously a human life. But we're talking about legislation here. And at the point where the mother and the child are no longer connected is a good point to start giving it personhood. It can now live outside of the host. It should be considered its own person now. We're talking about what feels like the correct time to give something personhood, which is currently how we operate, which is currently the standard we set previously, because it's a good place to start. George Carlin did a great segment on this. Dude, I love his skit on this, or his segment on it.
We have rights about cruelty to animals, for instance, right? but they're not persons within the context
Well, yeah,
of our
I'm not saying that they are, but specifically, it seems like you're just kind of saying, oh, it's a person when it's born, but you're not actually providing any consistent reason for that. You're just saying it just is a person.
I'm saying that on some level, there's a certain amount of like arbitrariness as to when we give rights. Like one could say, like, do you say it's at conception?
Sure.
Bro was tweaking in the back a little bit. I did see that.
So IVF, in other words, would have to be illegal under your principle, because
I mean, I'm not sure that I would agree with IVF in that case. It really depends on the particulars in that case. But I believe.
Well, what do you mean the particulars in that?
Well, so for instance, at conception, you would still be a human life, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the fertilized egg attached to the uterine wall.
Is it human life for you, or what?
It's human life, yeah.
Okay, so human life should be protected.
Yes.
Okay, so IVF.
Yeah, I would say that
And
so IVF should be illegal under.
He might not know what IVF is, guys. He might not know.
Under your rubric.
IVF is when I go to the doctor and then my wife sits in the room with the doctor and then I sit outside of the waiting room and then she comes back.
No. So they're human lives, correct?
The IVF is when the egg and the sperm in that and then they're supplanted.
Yes.
Is it when is it human life?
As soon as it has unique human DNA, that's a human life.
Okay, so
it's a new human, correct?
Now in the IVF process, there's stuff that gets thrown out. Like,
yes,
you would consider that.
Yeah,
murder.
I'm not even defending IVF or going against it. I'm specifically saying abortion. That was my claim, right? I'm not going.
Well, this is a really sneaky thing that people, when they're losing in conversations, love to do. They're saying, "Well, I'm not even talking about IVF." It's like, yeah, but I need you to recognize that what you're talking about allows for this. You concede this. You have to, if you insist on dying on this hill, first and foremost, you should either bite the bullet on this or change your position because you recognize this is crazy, right?
Going to argue IVF.
But isn't that abortion under your principle?
I would say if you get rid of human life after conception, I don't think that's moral. I'm not going to argue the IVF particulars because that's not what my claim was, right?
When we're talking about laws, right? Because you want to outlaw abortion.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. When we're talking about laws, it's not just morality.
Which, by the way, good conservatives will never, ever, ever, ever defend life at conception, unless they're already against IVF.
When we form public policy around and create laws.
Not just, but it should be moral, correct?
Well, I mean, I think like your definition of what constitutes moral and mine are
People keep mentioning that this guy kind of sounds like Asmongold, and I hate you for saying that.
different. For instance, I would prefer in a perfect world not to have abortion on demand until, up until
People
birth,
are
right?
sick.
Sure.
In a perfect world. However, we know in practice that when you start to restrict things, like say, only in the threat of life to the woman, let's say, that's the only way we're going to allow abortions, right? When you start to have these exceptions,
dude, maybe this guy doesn't know who Sam Seder is. This is one of the few topics you do not fight Sam Seder on. For starters, one, it's a concept that a lot of people have talked about, or like a conversation that a lot of people have had. So people are very familiar with it. And it's not a super difficult conversation in like, it doesn't involve a lot of technical terms in the way that like the economy can involve a lot of technical terms that people don't know or aren't familiar with, right? If you don't even know what GDP is, you're not going to be able to follow along at the conversation. Abortion doesn't have that same problem. Most people know all of these words. Most people don't struggle with all of these words. And most people have thought about abortion. Unfortunately, abortion is one of the topics that Sam Seder is very good at. Like, he made Tim Pool look like a fucking idiot on his show. Even with Tim Pool's little goons fucking Googling as much as they could. This is not a good topic to push fucking Sam Seder on. What do you mean few topics? Everyone here has looked foolish talking to him. Well, I'm saying it's one of the, sorry, maybe not few topics, but few unique topics that I think you absolutely lose on very easily to the public eye, right? I think there's a lot of, it's very easy to look at all the concepts or the conversations about Congress or the presidency or executive orders or all this other stuff. And there's murky ground where the audience maybe doesn't know themselves any of these topics. Everybody knows about abortion. Everybody knows about IVF. Everyone understands these concepts. Yeah. One of the few topics you don't want to have a debate about with Sam Seder because of the uninformed listeners. Can you explain why IVF is against life at conception? Well, you have to inseminate the egg. I don't know what other words to use here. Many times. You have to fertilize these eggs many times, and a lot of times they won't properly implant. So a lot get tossed out. They have, it's a zygote, I think I think it's zygote. Yeah, fertilize. Fertilize is the word I was looking for. So yeah. You have a lot of fertilized eggs and a lot of them get thrown out, essentially. It seems arbitrary to give personhood at birth, but doing it the other way takes personhood away. I mean, I'm not shitting on you or flaming you at all. You recognize how giving personhood to anyone at any point is arbitrary. You're picking an arbitrary point that seems reasonable. It doesn't seem arbitrary. It is. Just like it would be arbitrary to give them personhood at any other point in their life. Throw out eggs in this economy.
In practice, they don't work, because when your life is in jeopardy and you come into a hospital, the doctor doesn't see a bulb that shows up above you and say, like, your life is in jeopardy. It's always a subjective assessment. And what does life in jeopardy, hold on, what does life in jeopardy mean? Does it mean a 30% chance of death? Does it mean a 50%, a 70%, or a 20%?
Solo her is fighting Melnia. Could you translate this to Heroes of the Storm?
Yes. No, I can't translate it to Heroes of the Storm.
That's why we now have women who are dying, because doctors are afraid to perform abortions on them. That's true.
Are you referencing?
Why is this guy shaking his head when it's literally factually true, huh?
Because just because some doctors misread plain text doesn't mean that that it's.
I think personhood should start at 1-year-old, like in medieval societies. I mean, unironically, the age of personhood is, well, first of all, it'll always be arbitrary, just like everything else will basically always be arbitrary. But probably, honestly, go back a century or two, it made sense to not give personhood up until a certain point. Because so many children died. That's also why, I mean, one of many reasons that so many people had like 5-10 kids. It's because half your kids would just die to some fucking bullshit illness because we didn't have vaccines. Infant death or like infant mortality rates were very bad. They were very, very, very bad up until probably the last century of existence so far. A big part of also infant mortality rate decreasing, of course, is that like we're better at, I mean, we have ultrasounds now and we're better at detecting when like children won't survive. First of all, it's also because of vaccines and a million other things as well, germ theory. But one more thing as well is that we're better at detecting when infants won't be able to survive outside of the womb for very long, and we can give women the option to terminate the abortion sooner instead of making them just suffer through childbirth just to find out that their kid was never going to live, which is always like, I genuinely, it is so cruel to try and ban third-term abortions when 99% of those abortions are for health reasons, when it's going to be a serious health risk for the child or the mother. It's like, you are such a cruel piece of shit to be pro watching people suffer. Like, I haven't had an abortion. I haven't had a miscarriage. I don't plan on getting pregnant anytime soon, if ever. just has never been very appealing. But I've spoken to a lot of women who have. I've spoken to women who've either had to go through abortions because it wasn't the right time in their life, or women who've been through miscarriages, and they describe it as like one of the most traumatic experiences in their life. Like it is a very traumatic experience for a lot of women. And to force those people to suffer in the last month or two of the pregnancy, knowing that the child will not survive, is like truly like you are a demon. Like you're actually just evil. You're actually a fucking demon, dude. You're a putrid piece of shit, dude. Cruelty is the point? Yeah. It sucks. I watched my friend go through it after she decked out her nursery. It was awful. So, yeah. And to remove that option for so many people, just to increase suffering, that's it? Just to do that? How can you stand by a party that's for that, dude? It's fucking crazy. I mean, yeah, sorry, you're right. Control is the point. Cruelty is just a fun byproduct. As someone who assisted with abortions in T2 and 3, it is some of the most heartbreaking shit ever. Well, yeah, because, again, most of the people, if not, again, almost all of the people that are going through, and they're in their third term, or their third trimester, excuse me, those are people who want to have children. Saying bye is not exactly fun or easy. You didn't spend the past 6 months preparing just to find out that this wasn't in the cards this time.
When you
all of a sudden
pass
that
laws,
life is less valuable or more valuable.
No, it means that you are subjecting the woman to more risk, and it's impossible. These exceptions are all, they're canards.
No, Christian.
When you oppose a law, it is not just about morality, it's in practice.
Sure,
in practice,
I understand that.
You cannot do this without sacrificing women's lives because
what about
of your
the unborn
morality.
Children, though? Because let's go back to your born
Unborn
thing.
children
so let's say
are not persons,
you have a 9-month.
and the mother has more rights, in my mind, than the unborn.
He's eating.
Child.
Yeah, that's a claim that you can make. But so a 9-month birthed child, or just 9 months and just now born, it's a newborn baby. A 5-month could be emergency C-section and could be birthed, right? Let's say they don't do that. What's the difference between the arbitrary choice of taking that child out of the womb at 6 months or 5 months?
Why don't we take all children
what
out
I'm
at
saying,
5
No, what I'm
months?
saying is that the personhood just because of birth runs into a problem where it starts to say,
All right, guys.
well,
I hate to do it.
The thing is, this problem is solved by the fact that women aren't fucking crazy. And hear me out. If you perceive women as people in general don't want to experience a difficult time for 6 to 9 months of their life enduring pregnancy just to be like, actually, I don't really care about having a kid anymore. That was just a funny prank. That's like me grabbing a needle, popping a balloon. Unless you have like a caricature of an idea of women in your head, this problem solves itself. People already make this decision correctly. We don't need solutions for this. We're good. We did it. There's no women using punch cards for abortions. We did it. We're good. Abortion for funsies, yeah. Lest. Also, that's the truth of it. Abortion bans have nothing to do with protecting children. It's always been about controlling women. Yep. And don't let anyone deceive you. To be clear, I think that there are conservatives in this country that actually do and actually have bought into the idea that it's for the children. We have to do it for the children. The really weird Christians are the ones that like show up at the fucking clinics, the abortion clinics, and they're like, you're going to hell. Those freaks. I think those people believe it, but don't believe a single fucking pundit or a single conservative or Republican. All of these people have paid for abortions. Every single one of these fucks. Maybe outside of like Dave Rubin, I guess, because there's no one to pay off. But like I promise you, the best example of this is fucking Myron Gaines, the you know the one, the freak, and then his girlfriend or side piece or whatever, I don't keep track. She was pregnant, and he was like, "You have to get rid of it. You have to get rid of it." But on his show, he's always talking about personal responsibility. Fresh and shit. Yeah. Isn't that interesting? Isn't it interesting that he's always talking about family values and personal responsibility and accountability? And then the second his girlfriend gets pregnant, suddenly, no. I can't have a kid right now. I can't have one. You have to get an abortion. I can't have one right now. Interesting, huh? It's just control. It's just control. And it's so stupid because they don't even want it for their personal lives. Luckily, Tim Pool definitely also hasn't paid for one. He would have to have sex first. That's true. Actually, you're right. You're right. Okay, two conservatives. There's no way that they could have. There's no way. Those are the only two. And probably Ben Shapiro, I would guess, honestly. I'm not sure that he's getting... I don't think so. No wet ass P word. Make that plot name. I mean, it just goes on and on. Oh, goodness. Sorry. It's literally always just this clip. Oh my God, an Always Sunny clip. Yes.
Wait. Stop talking to me. No, listen, I just think our situation is different. God, how is our situation different? Well, because I didn't mean to get you pregnant. It was an accident.
For context, for anyone who hasn't seen Always Sunny in Philadelphia, go watch it for starters. You should go watch Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It's a really good show. The first, I would say 10 seasons hold up really well. The first season's a little bit rougher on the edges because they don't have Danny DeVito yet, but this is like a super religious character who's like, I love God, Christianity, blah, blah, blah. But he's also closeted gay or like bi. And he's at this rally with this other Christian woman fighting against abortions. And then as soon as it's inconvenient for him, he's like, no, we're not doing this. No, we're not doing that.
Pathetic. Listen, you can't have this kid, okay? I'm way too young and I have a little bit of alcohol.
I'm not pregnant.
What?
I'm not pregnant. It was a test. I just thought for like 1 second that you might be the one. I just had to know for sure.
Wait a second, so you're not pregnant?
No.
And this was a test?
Yeah.
Did I fail?
This character's also really stupid.
Nice life, asshole.
Wait a second,
Oh, God, it's so good. Oh, so good. Oh, my God. But actually, unironically, yes. That's what it looks like. Oh, my God. Fuck. Honestly, Modern Mac would have probably just been like, thank Christ, see ya. Yeah. My wife suffered an ectopic pregnancy literally last month. Thankfully, we don't live in a shitty red state, so it didn't kill her. She's been in so much pain. Conservatives just wanted to be more painful. Sorry for this, ma'am. It's just first time I've had a meaningful contribution to this conversation. No, you're totally fine. I mean, it's the fucked up thing is that with the abortion bans, there's so many aspects and there's so many different complications that can happen. And there's no reason to have abortion be banned unless you want more suffering. Because the only reason is to save the children or whatever, right? But there's no children being saved here. There just aren't. They're just not. And I mean, it's also like the more principled position for me is just, I think adult human beings have more rights than the fetus they're currently hosting that literally needs to survive off of them. I think that the person has more rights, and I think they should be able to choose. And I think it is cruel to not allow the person to make that decision. It's literally just cruel. We don't do it for anything else. So yeah. Rise in infant mortality with unviable pregnancies not being terminated. Yeah, I mean, we'll also see a rise in that as well. And then we'll see an even bigger rise because of the fucking freak anti-vaxxers that are bringing measles back in a big way. Denims, click on the mouse so I can see what it is. Oh yeah, sure. Rat detective boogie. Thank you. You're welcome. Go where the ADHD takes you. You know, that's what I always say. That was my main curiosity too. There was that one and the one that was like evil woman or whatever. And I was like, and it's just a woman smiling in the thumbnail. It's like, okay. Good. Oh, man. Wow. Guys, we did it. We watched an 1.5-hour video and it only took us 5 hours. Can we get some let's go in here? We did it! Yeah! Look at me. Anyways. Oh my god. False prophets, thank you for the prime. Last bastion of fashion, thank you for the prime. Bird caught me, thank you for the 3 months. Comrade, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thanks. Watch the very end. He was very disappointed. Oh, sorry, right. Wait, sorry. We have to pause the rat detective boogie.
But I gotta do it. I'm sorry, that's time.
Okay.
Hey.
I'm glad I was here. It was interesting. It was, I know my questions were more sort of policy oriented, I think, than maybe folks anticipated here. And I was a little bit surprised that there wasn't many people here who could address the policies. They were very, very sure of themselves as to why they voted for Trump. But a lot of it was sort of...
Yeah, call him stupid. Do it.
Not material in any way.
So there was stuff that conservatives were saying today that I fundamentally disagreed with my entire heart, but at the end of the day, we're still part of the conservative movement. So I think there are people that I disagreed with, there are people that I completely did agree with, but the cool thing about this new conservative movement and the people here today is it's people from all different walks of life sharing their
Translation, we all react to shapes and colors, which is what really matters for me.
perspective.
I don't think Sam had a...
Stop this. You shut the fuck up, dude. Every minute you've spoken has made you look worse.
And like, at least when I was speaking to him, I don't think Sam really had great responses because the reality is not on his side. I don't think socialism works. I think social programs can be good up to a certain extent, but we are very socialist as a nation. And yeah, I mean, I'll just say it again.
This guy literally can't define socialism.
Socialism does not work.
Oh, dies of cringe! Dies of cringe! Oh, why would you show your fucking chicken scratch handwriting just to write down something that you just said? Oh my god, I'm cringing.
As a nation, and yeah, I mean, I'll just say it again.
What is this ugly ad? You look like you write like a 3rd grader. Oh my god. We literally have to reopen the schools. We literally, I don't know if mobile users can see how bad it looks. It looks bad.
Socialism does not work. Sorry. Wish it did.
I think debate is healthy, and I think
the only people that are allowed to have bad handwriting is doctors, okay? That's it. Those people get a pass.
it helps viewers sort of clarify why certain people support certain things, and it gives an opportunity, I think, to both have fun and drama and maybe learn some stuff. So that's always a good thing.
That was good. That was a good video. I'm too old for Twitch. Thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you so much. It's really generous of you. And thank you for the 3 months. Thank you. The jump scare. Ah, sex pest on my screen. In only 5 hours, you know what that is? That's growth, yeah. I'm like, kind of like riding this high of like finishing a video. We haven't finished a long video in like ages. It's been maybe years, so. Who's the rat though? My friend. My friend. You know what? I'm saving this as a bookmark because these songs are actually pretty good.